Okay, so first of all, thank you very much for your participation yesterday. And also, I hope you had a very good rest for those who spent their first night in Vienna. And this also gave us the opportunity to think about our discussion, our fruitful discussion yesterday. As we agreed, we will start today with the presentation by Komesa. Is a weighted presentation that will be helpful for all of us so that we can be on the same page, same level of information on what is going on concerning this cross-border industrial parks. So without further delay, Mrs. Providence Mavubi, she will present herself. She will introduce. Okay, she had the opportunity to do that. She will make the presentation and then we open the floor for interaction. Other colleagues will join us, particularly the colleagues from AAPs-TWG. They are on their way. So thank you very much again. And Ms. Providence, you have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, moderator, and good morning, everyone. Happy to be here finally after 2 days of trip. Anyway, my name is Providence Mavubi. I'm the director in charge of industry and agriculture programs at COMESA Secretariat based in Lusaka, Zambia. I will take you through the common agro-industrial park between Zambia and Zimbabwe, which is a part of the Araja program between the two countries that we call the Joint Industrial Cooperation between Zambia and Zimbabwe. Next slide, please. So, as a background, Article 99 of the COMESA Treaty encourages our member states to cooperate in industrial development to achieve the following objective, which includes promote self-sustained and balanced growth, increase availability of industrial goods and services for the intra-COMESA market, improve competitiveness in the industrial sector, develop industrialists. Next. So it is in line of that background that the Zambia-Zimbabwe joint industrialization program was conceptualized. It started over a dinner between the former ambassador of Zimbabwe in Zambia with our former Secretary General, as well the Zambia ministry, as a discussion, and they say, why not, since we already have a mandate that encourages us to cooperate. So the overall objective of this joint industrialization program includes to promote joint industrialization cooperation. Specifically, it aims to increase the availability of industrial goods and services for bilateral market competitiveness in the industrial sector, develop industrialists that will acquire ownership and management of those industries, develop appropriate skills and knowledge in the industry, strengthen collaboration and networking among policymakers, again, promote self-sustained and balanced growth. Next. Currently, the institutional arrangement under the overall joint industrialization program, we have a work between the two member states as well COMESA, where we have senior government official, the steering committee chaired by the COMESA Secretary General Program, as well the two permanent secretary from the Ministry of Trade Industry, and at low level, we have the directors in the two member states, as well myself, and then the technical working group. So far, we have been able to have a memorandum of understanding signed between the two member states at the ministerial level. We have a roadmap and action plan for the program. It is through this joint working group that we oversee the various activities that are done to promote the joint industrialization program, including the CAAP. Next. Going to the common agro-industrial park project, because the joint industrialization program is very big itself. So we decided in consultation with our member states to start with a common agro-industrial park. Of course, with the support of our partners and technical cooperating partners such as UNIDO, UNCA, the FAO, the African Development Bank. So we have been in consultation to kick off this good initiative by starting with the CAAP. So as you can see from this slide, we have an ambition of something we want to do which never been done on the continent, but we believe that's something that can be done with the right planning and right cooperation between the different stakeholders. So the CAAP objective aims at contributing to the industrialization strategy of the two member states to help them drive structural transformation of their economy and transition from a traditional of fresh produce to industrial hubs of agricultural produce. Specifically, under the CAAP project, we aim to support these two member states to produce a detailed feasibility report of the large-scale agro-industrial park in the selected region of high agricultural productivity with a potential for agribusiness development, as well to facilitate multi-stakeholder engagement, adoption, and promotion of investment in the CAAP. Next. Under the CAAP, this is the current institution coordination we have. We have both government, the Ministry of Commerce and Trade Industry, the Ministry of Agriculture, the National Coordinating Committees for the I think I would find that acronym. And then under the Zimbabwe, we have the Ministry of Industry and Commerce, Agriculture, the Zimbabwe Development Agency, and then you have the technical partners. As COMESA, we are leading, facilitating all this, but we are working closely with African Development Bank, Afrexim Bank, FAO, UNECA, and UNIDO. So what have been able to achieve? Next. We started this initiative on the onset of 2020. So there is an echo, please.
Sorry, please, everybody mute.
Thank you. So I was saying, what are the progress we have made to date since the inception and the signing of the MOU? We have conducted a number of national sensitization workshops for key stakeholders on CAAP in both member states to sustain high-level political leadership and government engagement. One was held in Zimbabwe and the other one in Zambia. We also had a high-level meeting of the permanent secretaries as well key development partner to create awareness and sensitize the stakeholder. And with the support of UNSCA, we conducted a pre-feasibility study to really see if whatever we have as an idea can be done, can be, what does it requires. We conducted a number of resource mobilization meetings with the cooperating partner. We had engagement with the FDB country offices in both countries to kickstart funding raising initiative. We had institutional national framework set up for the coordination of the CAAP with the CAAP National Steering Committee and the COMESA Regional Agro-Industrial Park implementation and the coordination, which is still ongoing. We also had a benchmarking and learning visit to draw best practices on agro-industrial park, courtesy of UNIDO, which was done last year in November. Next. Again, with the support of the UN Economic Commission for Africa, we're able to conduct a study on the legal policy and regulatory framework for agro-industrial park and a value chain study. Our colleague in UNIDO, they will elaborate more. So where are we right now? We are at the stage of conducting a feasibility study. With the support from UNIDO, we were able to develop the TORs, and we are working together to do the source mobilization. That's where we are as of today. The other stage of the development of the common industrial park rely heavily on the finalization of the feasibility study. Next. So from the pre-feasibility study done, a number of recommendations was put forward for the CAAP for consideration, but I would stress more that they highlighted that we need to have an neighboring business environment which can be predictable for both to attract the foreign direct investment or the direct investment in the CAAP. We need to also consider having a blended financing. It's not a one type of form of finance that is required. And we need to also have priority regional agro value chain that we will be promoting during the implementation. Policy harmonization and coherence. We need to have a strong institutional arrangement. We need to integrate the CAAP into already existing industrial parks in the member states, and also have linkages both forward and backward in order to make sure that this model will work. And we need also to integrate the different policies, such as the local content policy of member states and how they plan to promote SMEs, transfer of skills and technology. Next. Under the harmonized legal policy and regulatory framework for agro-industrial park study, the consultant was able to do a review of the different legal and regulatory framework in the two member states and came up with a recommendation on what needs to be done specifically for this common agro-industrial park. One, it includes that we need to have a legal framework that will guide the implementation of this CAAP, because even though we have a different framework on a special economic zone industrial park in each member state, there is no specific provision that speak to the common transboundary agro-industrial park. Next, please. We need to also to have general incentive structures in order to attract investment in the CAAP that are harmonized across the two member states, as well different standalone regulations. So it's a detailed study of almost 90 pages. We will share it with the UNIDO to share with the participants. So I tried to summarize exactly the finding from that study. Next. Of course, the study came up with a number of recommendations for consideration for CAAP, which include to enact a joint CAAP act between the two member states, to establish a CAAP-specific technical working group, which have already started working, the CAAP to leverage on the Commercial Secretariat support with our convening power and able to bring different stakeholders together and also mobilize funds, and to prioritize sensitization and information dissemination activity, because this activity to be successful, we need to engage a number of stakeholders who have different understanding on what is industrial park, first of all, before we go to a common agro-industrial park, and also to plan and actualize the CAAP marketing activity to ensure that the Zambia Development Agency and the Zimbabwe Development Agency, including their mission and embassy in abroad, are able to market this common agro-industrial park. Commissioning an environmental and social impact assessment after the feasibility study is done, and etc. As well, having monitoring and evaluation framework in place. Next. So on the regulatory institutional framework, those were some of the recommendations that need to be put in place. Let me emphasize the reason why we have to have a harmonized and simplified land access framework. These two member states have a totally different land policies, and access is different, ownership, the framework are really totally different. So if we are to have a physical cross-border industrial park situated anywhere where the two member states will identify, it will be very crucial that the two member states harmonize and simplify the land policies and land access framework. Also, there are a number of other policies that need to be looked at, such as non-restrictive senior exploited regime, plus foreign and local skill transfer, because Zambia and Zimbabwe, they have a quite a different history when it comes to investment promotion on the repatriation of investment, and also how they register businesses. So the consultant really recommended that to look at those specific policies in order to really be able to manage the CAAP. Of course, these two countries have existing bilateral agreement beyond the agro-industrial parks, which include the trade policy, the one-stop border post. Example, it's the Chirundu border post in the southern part of Zambia, and with the border of Zimbabwe, etc. So what we are trying to say here, we don't have to reinvent the wheel. There are already existing agreement that we can build on to make sure we have smooth implementation of the CAAP or the CAAP. Of course, there is a number of reforms that need to happen in order to speed up and the achievements or the implementation of the CAAP in the two member states. Next. So the regional value chain study, basically in summary, it was a study done on two value chain. We have a number of almost 9 value chain that were initially proposed, and during the different discussion we had both with our technical partner and the two member states, we narrowed down to the 2 of them, which is the maize and the dairy. The two countries have a comparative advantage in producing those, the maize, for example, for Zambia, the dairy industry for Zimbabwe. So this study is also quite linked here. I will share the link on how to download it. Next, please, in the interest of time. And next. So next. So what are the key recommendations from the study? Was that we need to proactively engagement between the government, the private sector who are playing those value chain. We need to strengthen the capacity of trade and investment promotion institution in both member states. A key to success of the CAAP will be the linkages to research and development, support, agribusiness management, training, ICT, and social-related infrastructure and utility in the two member states. The study acknowledged that CAAP presents an opportunity for the two regional value chain and other complementary value chain through value addition and diversification, and the two countries also need to expand the infrastructure development project that will complement the implementation of the CAAP. Next. So after all these two studies, this where we stand today as our strength, weakness, opportunity, and threat. Part of the strength we have is that there have been historically cooperation between the two nations in the past. They are both members of two big regional economic community, the SADC and the COMESA region. So it's easier to trade, to implement things if there is a will, because I always say if there is a will, there is it's possible. So the industrial cooperation has a political support in the two member states, as can be seen in the signing of the MOU by the two ministers in the Zambia, Zimbabwe. There is a variable land, massive lands. There is availability of skilled labor. On the weakness is, as I said earlier in my initial intervention, policy variation between the two member states and the lack of viable financing option, inadequate infrastructure to support the implementation of the CAAP, inadequacy in key utilities such as water and electricity. You have seen the news, most of the time we have issue with road shedding in the southern part of Africa. So it may affect also the implementation of this program. So what are the opportunity? Of course, there is the exploitation of the expanded market beyond the COMESA region under the East Africa Continental Free Trade Area. There is a trust in the development of the regional value chain integration at SADC, COMESA, as well now at the continental level. There is high demand of alternative source of market for commodity, as it have been the global stage have been affected by the geopolitical tension in the Eastern Europe. So there is a really high demand of product that can be produced in the CAAP. There is political will. There is strong support from our cooperating partner, UNIDO, UNSA, FDB, FAO, Afrexim Bank, and others. So threats that we perceive under this project, of course, is the climate change, which is inevitable with the global warming and everything happening on the earth, but it can be managed. Of course, there is also competition from imports. So what are the key challenges that we have faced in implementing the CAAP so far? One I forgot to mention was the COVID-19. We spent 2 years almost not able to do much on the roadmap in the implementation of the CAAP. To implement the CAAP, it requires high initial investment in setting up and operational costs. And of course, our two member states have competing priorities that make it very hard for government to commit resources, and they really rely heavily on us, the technical partner, to initiate this program. There is existing poor infrastructure in terms of roads, water, power, effluent treatment plant in the region, high cost of telecommunication. Under the investment climate, we still have a conducive business environment, such as acquisition of lands and business registration. The process are lengthy. In Zambia itself, take more than 3 months to register a business. So you can imagine if nothing is done and we start implementing the CAAP, how it will affect the implementation. Also, on ease of doing business, there is high barriers to doing business, such as access to finance, policy, regulatory, licensing of business of operation. We have an integrated business environment. And also we don't have strong business development services from both the development agencies in both member states. So they're still building themselves. So it requires the technical partner to really support the member state in order to implement this CAAP. Another challenge that we have faced is identification of the location. As you can see in the map on the slide, the border between Zambia and Zimbabwe. Initially, our thought was that it would be a physical location touching both borders, but this border natural resources, including the Victoria Falls and natural forests and the Zambezi River. When we visited Ethiopia last year, we started having a different mind on the location of this CAAP. We realized that it may not be possible to have it just at the border exactly. We may need to consider in a nearby town based on the agroclimatic zones that we have identified. And we had requested the two member states to initially consult internally before we come back on the drawing board, which we have a meeting in the next months to really discuss about this location. UNIDO will, I think, mention a lot about it in the preparation of the feasibility study. We need to have a physical location. Right now, in the discussion we had with the two permanent secretaries, they are looking at identifying already existing industrial park or a special economic zone that can be turned as into an agro-industrial, common agro-industrial park. So it's a discussion which is still ongoing because it involves the Minister of Agriculture, Trade, Environment, Minister of Economics, Natural Resources. So the member states need to decide on that as soon as possible. This project also is a multi-faceted stakeholder kind of project, which make it very hard to come up with a decision. Though the champion is the Minister of Trade and Industry, the minister cannot commit himself or herself to the implementation without various consultation, which you find it's very hard because people don't understand things at the same time. And this being an initiative that has not yet been done anywhere else on the continent, it makes it very hard even for the other people who are not part of the initial consultation to understand how this common agro-industrial park will be implemented. Lastly, we have also a challenge on the coordination. The coordination of this CAAP right now is within the Division of Industries in the member state as well as the secretariat. We don't have dedicated staff. So we are using different staff economists to manage this. So they are already having other priority or other job requirement they need to finish. So it becomes very hard. So as we think of developing the CAAPs on the continent, we need to take into consideration that for this to be successful, we need a dedicated unit to coordinate it, especially in the initial phase of implementing the CAAPs or the CAAP. In yesterday's discussion, next slide, please. You were all asking how much do we think this will cost? With the support of UNIDO, we're able to come up with an estimate figures from the project inception to the infrastructure, how much it may cost us to really run one common agro-industrial parks, which is about almost 5 million USD. Next slide, it is more detailed. So our approach is to do it by phases because it's very hard to mobilize immediately 5 million USD to implement a project. But if we can do it in phases, which will start by having a full-fledged feasibility study and the environmental and social impact assessment, which will cost us more or less 1.2 million USD. And then there will be next phase will be on the technical capacity of the CAAP management, and I think UNIDO will be best suited to present this more than me, but this roughly the figures that through the concept note that we had developed together showed how much we may need on each phase. Next. To the continuation of what is really required to take the lead. These were the initially identified partners to work with on this. Next. So what are the key lessons learned that we have learned in the past 3 years as we try to really implement this program is that you cannot do the CAAP or the CAP implementation with just one idea. You have to be open to receive feedback and have a bigger view on what can be done. And you need to know that you will be engaging a lot of stakeholders, so multi-stakeholders partnership arrangement, both public and private, is very key. Starting within one country before even go on cross-border, so that they are on the same page. One thing that Ethiopia have done very well, Mauritius and Egypt among COMESA member states. So government institution were able to sit down, understand the concept better of what is needed to be done. What does the Ministry of Trade bring in? Agriculture, the Bureau of Standards, the Investment Promotion Board, the Trade Promotion, all those, because they have to form one unit when you are building CAAP or CAAP. Otherwise, if we keep on working, there is the standard board separately, the development board, the investment promotion. They are not speaking the same language. To be very hard to implement an agro-industrial park. So before we go even to the common, which is agro-industrial, which is a transboundary, internally we need to engage a number of stakeholders and build partnership. We need to approach this one in a phased approach, as I said, to be able to ensure that we mobilize adequate resources and we are able to appraise each stage as we move ahead with implementation. We need to identify funding from the onset as we develop the CAAPs, as well what is required on each phase. And we are very lucky that you need to have done already a number of studies on this so they can guide us. We need to continuously engage stakeholders. We have seen this when there was change of government in Zambia. The minister whom started the project was changed when the new government came in, and everything went to start almost at zero. So if you say you have already done consultation before and now you're not going to keep, you lose interest. They change PS. Right now, the current permanent secretary is not the one we had last year in May. So you need to continuously appraise, communicate, engage stakeholders from high level to technical to make sure that the project is alive in their ideas and the buy-in is still there. So we need to also get buy-in from all stakeholders beyond the public, the private. We engaged the private almost last year. We did not start with the private sector, but it's very imperative to bring the representative of the private sector in this from the onset, also get their buy-in, because there is what the government will do, but it's the private sector to run the common agro-industrial park. So we need to engage them also. And lastly, one of the key reasons was that we didn't have enough data or information when we started. So right now is when we are documenting whatever we have. And a policymaker will ask you always, give me a business case with factor. Because if the Ministry of Economic and Finance have to commit funding, they need to see from numbers how much this common agro-industrial park is going to generate in them, because they are getting a pie from their resources to invest in that. So data is very key. So documentation and sharing of information is very key for making it easier for the decision maker to make a decision. Next. So thank you. This is the big elephant called the ZIM Zambia Common Agro-Industrial Park. Thank you.
I think Providence, we can only say really thank you. It's a comprehensive presentation on the ZIM-ZAM experience. I think very insightful and also informative. All the what has been done from the beginning, just a formal exchange, and then where we are, and also the different challenges, but lesson learned. And we also see that is an exercise we cannot avoid if we really want to build a regional and continental value chain. We want to integrate the market in the continent better sooner than later. So let's go through it and address the issues. So I think it's important we learn a lot of things, the stakeholder engagement, but common understanding at the national first. before, because the level of complexity is higher as we move forward, but also the gain are also big. So the challenge is high, but the gain is even higher. So with this, I think we plan initially to have also an interaction with from ECA, but I think we first of all go to the question contribution, because I think it's trigger a lot of things. Yeah. So better first interact with this. So we open the floor. We have our colleague here in person, they can just raise the flag. Those online, they can raise their hand, and then everyone will have the floor. So we are here to discuss. Open discussion. No question is avoided, because here we have to move forward. And then I think this is the rule. Yeah, this is the rule. Is a technical discussion. So I see the hand from John. You have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Providence. This is a lot. And
when you take the floor, please present yourself, because we have new colleague who join. Yeah, so you present yourself and then you go for it.
John Ulimwengu, Senior Research Fellow at IFPRI. Again, thank you, Providence. As I said, there's a lot. Congratulations for where you are. I had a series of questions, but let me turn them into suggestions. And the first one is on the site selection. You need a site. I heard that there's pre-feasibility and ongoing feasibility studies. I wonder, if you don't have a site, what is the feasibility based on? Because that's the foundation of everything. And I'll come back to that in my own presentation. So you need a site. I've seen this before. I was asking DRC to support, and then the government will say we have sites, and then I had to visit some of them physically, and it was very disappointing, because somebody didn't understand what it meant to have the agro park. So it's important that you push for that site. So that's one. Second, the focus crops is maize and dairy. That's what I heard, right? I would like, as I said yesterday, to move from those, what I call raw product, into processed product. What are the expected processed products? Because that's where Africa is having trouble, because we are spending 50 billion a year on processed food. 80% of what we are importing or consuming, it's not produced in Africa. So it's on the process side. So if we can pinpoint the expected process product, and then we can go back and see, okay, how do we produce them? Maybe it's maize, maybe it's soybeans, maybe whatever it is. So let's move the focus from the raw to the. I also noticed that there is a lot going on in terms of regulatory, legal, at what I call political level. But most importantly, and that's where I think we need to be careful, an agro park, think of it as a commercial mall, right? The commercial mall itself has to be a registered company for this to be sustainable. And then whoever will come in the mall, that's a different story. That's the only way to make sure that this thing is business oriented. It's going from project into a business. And that's the only way to get this sustainable. So we need to make sure, what is the legal status of that umbrella, that company, and it's between 2-3 countries. So let's make sure that there is a registered company, in addition to all the political layers that you mentioned. And that company, why is that important? First, as I said, you are moving that concept from a mere project, government project, into a business. What that will do also is that will protect the initiative from political and institutional instability, because now it is a registered company. Because it's a registered company, you can easily open the shareholding into the private sector. The private sector will never be involved into a government project. That's one, but even more than that, you can open the shareholding to the wider public. There you sorry. So you can open to the wider public. It means that the citizen Lambda can buy share into that whatever company you have registered. Somebody yesterday mentioned the need to tap into the local country savings. This is one way. So let's make sure the CAAP and all the networks of parks create that platform to tap into the country savings. Because if I own a share into that company, I mean, my stake is there. So I more likely, you mentioned gaining buy-in, but that's one way of securing buy-in across the country. So that's very, very important. And another thing is that with that concept of registered company, the governance quality is very high, because now it's a business. You have a board of directors, you have a CEO, however you call that person, with a clear mandate to run that company, site, whatever. So that's very important. And the other things that I wanted to highlight here, Zambia and Zimbabwe are landlocked countries. And the only, for this to be successful, they have to have access to port. And the only way to get access to the port is through Mozambique. And I was checking the PIDA, the program. I saw that there is a plan to build, I don't know if it's a railway from Zimbabwe, I guess, all through Mozambique to the ocean. So why don't interest Mozambique into joining this, whatever you will call it? Because it'd be much easier. You need access to inputs. You need access to export. But just passing through Mozambique without any incentive for them might be more costly. But that might change if you make the case to Mozambique that, listen, this is what we are planning to do. This is how much this is going to generate as income. The volume of traffic is very high. Are you interested in being part of this? Now we move from the two initial to a network of whatever we call it, which will be more efficient and productive than what it is right here. I'll stop here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, John, for your contribution. Always useful. I think here we are talking, not only talking, or they trying to experiment and integrate Africa. So it starts with these kind of things. Yeah, very important. But we have to highlight those things and visualize them and address them. I see another our colleague online, Mr. Mufun. Raise the hand. You have the floor. Please present yourself and the institution, and then you.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair. And thank you very much to Mrs. Mavubi for that insightful presentation, and also the comments by John. I think they are very helpful, I must say. I am Trust Mfune from Zambia, Minister of Commerce, Trade and Industry. Very interesting discussion, I must say. I just wanted to weigh in and maybe make one or two clarifications as a contribution to the discussion. Firstly, I like the idea that John brings that we have to treat this as a business, and let's have the business orientation, which is very, very critical. Maybe an addition to that would be that Zambia, like many other African countries, we have special economic zones, and there are laws that govern the establishment and operations of special economic zones. And you realize that within these special economic zones, there are those that are owned by the state, and to run those, you realize that the state has had to create an institution. So I don't see this being very different. I think we have the laws that could actually facilitate that. That's the first part. The second issue, which John brought out, which is very, very critical, is that of transport. And he brings in an interesting idea that we can co-opt Mozambique. Indeed, Zambia and Zimbabwe are landlocked. But I think we have bilateral relations with the Mozambique. We have relations with Tanzania and the many surrounding countries. And the route that has been used time immemorial is basically the Tanzania port of Dar es Salaam. So Mozambique is not the only route. There are many other routes. Even South Africa, of course, it has to be, we have to find out and we have to reanalyze which one is efficient. But currently, we actually are using Tanzania. At the same time, we also have a rail line or a rail company called Tazara. It's not efficient, but these are some of the things that could be considered. It's owned by Zambia and Tanzania. Called Tazara, like I said earlier, that could be another option other than the road again between Zimbabwe, Tanzania, and Zimbabwe, Zambia, and Tanzania. So we have that connectivity by road other than the rail. Then another issue I thought I should bring out is the issue of land, which is very, very critical. Like John has said, it's very important that land is available. As you may know, without land and without clear land tenure, you realize that things could be a bit complex, and it's very difficult to attract private capital in such a manner. But just to allay the fears, I would say that Zambia is implementing some projects. One of such projects is what I would call the Zamgro project, where we are developing farm blocks. We've had farm blocks for some time, but this time we're trying to enhance them with support from World Bank. I think three farm blocks are actually being developed. Other than that, each province has reserved 1,000 hectares for farm block. In Southern Province, which borders Zimbabwe, there is a district called Kazungula, and in there we have, it's one of the districts we are considering, and it has that amount of land for a farm block, which is 1,000 hectares, given to the government by the chief there, meaning it's already in the hands of the government. So such things, or should I say such pieces of land could actually be a very good opportunity. Then just to add to what Ms. Mavubi presented, I picked out one issue, and that has to do with the ease of doing business, and particularly registration of companies. She is right that the process was taking long, but I think we've had a number of business reforms of late, and I think that process is no longer lengthy, as it were. So I think I thought those are some of the issues that I can bring to the fore so that I add to the debate. I submit. Thank you very much.
Very much, Mr. Mufune, for this contribution, clarification, and also additional information. Very much useful, taken on board. I see no other name plat raised. Okay, I see the AUC. Bertrand, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so very much, Providence. I think your first name really speaks to what we were discussing yesterday. We needed some guidance from your Providence. So thank you so very much. I think for me personally, I'm more enlightened. And I think having listened to, the Côte d'Ivoire Ghana Cocoa Initiative, and having also listened to the Zimzam project, I think it gives me new elements that should be taken on board to reinforce the CAAP as a program. And like we discussed, not just yesterday, but in past meetings, the concept or the model itself, common, what is it behind? It's clear now that it goes beyond the issue of cross-border or transboundary. We need to integrate another dimension, and I think it's good that the CAAP documents really take that into account. That is the first thing. The second thing relates to the business model. We've also talked about this, but it's also very clear that we need to reflect on how we bring on board those elements, because in one instance, the Côte d'Ivoire Ghana Cocoa Initiative, they even set up a regional organization. And in this case, it's about a coordination institution, approach with the support of the of COMESA Secretariat. So there is really a need, and there was also the idea of probably setting up a company. I know ECOWAS, not as a REC, but as a region, they've also looked at that approach, regional companies. I think that's how they established EcoBank and ASCAI. So we also need to reflect on some of those things. What will be the best approach, or at least to have those options. I think it's not just about the best one, but have those options on the table. What is also very enlightening from your presentation is the multi-stakeholder approach. And we've been insisting that I think going forward, we need to have as many stakeholders around the table as possible. And the sooner, the better, because there are a number of things that have taken place. In your case, you already have a feasibility study, which is also very good, because I think in terms of planning, it gives us also an idea of what has already been done, and so that we can build on it going forward. But I think it's also very important that some of those stakeholders are around the table. AFDB, for example, they had this meeting, Dakar 2, during which a similar initiative were discussed. And I'm sure down the road, they will also they will come on board. But if we have them, as soon as possible, I think it will avoid us going around in circle with the consultative process. The final element is now you presented on the Zimzam. How do you see the linkage with the CAAP, both in terms of implementation, but also in terms of coordination? Because I'm not sure whether it was just an oversight. I didn't see the AU in the various partners. Of course, the AU is always, everyone assumed that even if the AU is not there, it is there. But sometimes it's also good to see it, because if not, at some point people will also be asking, okay, so this is happening, where is the AU? You see. And one other element when we talked about coordination and management, it is AUDA NEPAD. Because the continent has also realized that issues of development, whether it's infrastructure, whether it's development project on the continent, we need to have a coordinated approach. And of course, the conversation is still at the very early stage, because that transition has just taken place. But going forward, what role do you see? I'm putting this to you, for that entity. And I'm sure I would also like colleagues to including myself, to reflect on it, because we are going to have this. We're talking about 10 projects, so there could be one in. There is one in ECOWAS, or let's say West Africa, now Southern and Eastern Africa. Are we going to have, different coordination mechanisms, or could an institution like NEPAD place it? So these are some of the preliminary comments that I can put across. But once again, I really thank you and for the presentation. If you could share with us so that we can go deep into it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bertrand, for this contribution. It's Bertrand from the AUC. You understood it, yeah? Even if when AUC is not mentioned, AUC is there. So before we go to the second round of contribution, I would like we give the floor back to Providence, but we also mentioned that we have AFDB with us here, Mrs. Monde Nyambe. She may like at a certain point, because they mentioned AFDB also, probably she may contribute in one way or another to highlight all the linkage, probably the Dakar 2 conference, also the movement, the contribution, the involvement in the CAAPs initiative, the fact that they're also in the CAAP. So it would be good if possible, Mrs. Nyambe also take the floor in this regard. So the floor back to probably after Providence, she can take the floor. Thank you. Providence, over to you.
Thank you again, moderator. And I would like to thank Dr. John, my colleague Fune, as well, our big brother from AUC. First of all, apology if I didn't mention there. AUC is that Rex, we are the implementing arms of the African Union. So sometimes we make that mistake not to include you as a partner, because we feel we are implementing the African Union agenda. Anyway, let me start by the suggestion, which were not questioned by Dr. John, which were much well received. And starting with the site selection, during the pre-feasibility study, the consultant came up with some proposal, which members that were to consider, looking at the geographical location, the agroclimatic condition. He had proposed some location, but most of them involved national parks, which is very hard to move. So that's why after the benchmarking study visit, the member state that participated in Ethiopia, they had a different overview on how best to approach this. It doesn't require necessarily to have it at the border. It may be even within the country somewhere, but the management of that agro-industrial park, which will be considered under the common agro-industrial park, is the same on both sides. The regulatory is the same. There can be easy of exchange of skills, of labor technology. So that's exactly what they had in mind once after the study visit. So on the focus on the value chains, the maize and dairy value chain was not on the production of primary goods. This had to be value added products such as cooking oil, the cereals, the powder milk, yogurt, things like that. So also in this study, there was a number of suggested final product that can be considered, because this is an industrial park. It's not, the raw material will not be produced at the industrial park. Actually, through the model we run in Ethiopia, using what we call the rural transformation centers, where there is aggregation point done to collect the raw material to be brought to the industrial park. So in the study, they're supposed to focus on the final products as they do even the feasibility study. On the regulatory, as the best model we had learned from, again, from the Ethiopia government, the government initiated the process, but an institution established by the government was established to run the operation. In some instances, it was even handed over later to the completely private sector. But the role of the government is to create that conducive environment in the regulatory framework by establishing a one-stop center, both for investment, also for export, because their main target was for export market. So the proposed suggestion of having a company registered, also Fune said it, that's how we see it will happen. That's the only way we can ensure sustainability, ensure that the change of government officials, today you are in the Ministry of Trade, tomorrow you are in agriculture, doesn't affect the implementation of the CAAP. And also a way of mobilizing resources. If this is a registered company managing the common industrial park, it's easier to mobilize. We have seen in Kenya, example is what we call Tatu City, is an industrial park with different investment, land solely by the private sector. So they are able to mobilize resources quicker and faster than the government, because they are presenting really, there is governance, there is a business case which an investor can look, oh yes, I can invest in Tatu City. They already invest in Zambia, in DRC, they are in Central Africa. You can see how they grow. So once we go privately, that's why I said it's very important to start bringing on board the private companies, even in the design of the common agro-industrial park ahead, before even reach the time of constructing. And then on ZIM's Zambia Common Agro-Industrial Park, being around rocked, and member of SADC, they actually access 3 ports, which is the Durban in South Africa, the Mozambique, and Tanzania, which Fune explained how to work. So part of this project is, once we have to engage also the SADC community to see how they can help to bring on board. This had been already done on the building of the Kazungura Bridge between Namibia, Botswana, Zimbabwe, and Zambia. So they were able to put resources for country to build one bridge. So there is already a model that we can learn how to, we can, even those countries which are not next to, who are not part of the common agro-industrial park, but they can provide us dry ports. They can facilitate the common agro-industrial park. And on the reaction from Fune, I think he made it clear. Yes, I'm aware that there is ongoing business registration, make it much easier and simplified. Yeah, it have to happen. I think the representative of Zambia who visited Ethiopia were able to see how quick it can be done to register business there. Even 2 weeks ago in Nairobi, we had the member state meeting on the management of ACZ and the IP. So it's very crucial. They are working on it. And I think for him, he was clarifying already. I don't have to add much. And then from our colleague at AUC, thank you also for appreciating our presentation. Honestly, when we started this process in 2020, the information we have now is not what we had by then. So we are also learning. That's why we are here to share our experience so that as now we take the CAAP to the continental level, we don't repeat maybe the same mistake we did, or we even do it much better and faster since we have already an experience. So it's from your comments, I think I will react on the last one. How do I see this can be coordinated at the continental level? I still believe that we don't have to have different model if we can have a kind of a harmonized approach on this CAAP despite the region. Of course, our African continent have different regional economic community with different way of doing business, but I feel it's the role of the African Union to bring us together and agree, at least in principle, in general, how we approach this. Like in my case, I have member states from 3 RECs, or actually 4, the SADC, the ESC, IGAD, as well OIC. So when I'm dealing with them, I need to have a regional approach. So I feel like the AU have a role to play in resource mobilization to coordinate the continental program, as well bring us together, the RECs now who represent the different member states in the planning, in the evaluation, in the execution, the same way we do when we are doing the comprehensive, the CAAP process. Yeah, I think the same model can be used to work together to avoid also duplication so that the AUC knows what I'm doing at COMESA, what SADC is doing, or ECOWAS. And we had forgot the AUDA NEPAD in this process in the beginning, but I think in the past 2 meetings we had invited them. It's very important also that they come on board as the African Union Development Agency to help us, to guide us technically. RECs, we still have some gaps that we think through AUDA NEPAD they can complement us or even help us do things better. Of course, we have access to our partners such as UNIDO, African Development Bank, but I feel like AUDA NEPAD can play a key role in resource mobilization, also bringing the technical expertise together. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Providence, for this response. I think the same way the continental institution has a role to play, I think the RECs also has a role to play in the CAAPs, yeah, because you are not only attending a meeting after nothing else. So we have to see how this platform of exchange has to be continuous. So I don't know, I will leave it to AUC, to CAAPs to see how probably COMESA could be, and other RECs could be brought into the coordination, the working group of the, at least of the technical, of the CAAPs technical working group. So Mond, you have the floor. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. In the interest of time, and just to say thank you for the opportunity to make this presentation on behalf of Prof. Banji. I know he has another session later in the week where he will do a deep dive on Dakar 2 and the specific opportunities there for the CAAP and the African Development Bank. All protocols observed around the room. So mine will just be very, yes, can you hear me?
Yes, please don't go through the presentation, just a quick reaction based on the intervention of AUC Bertrand, AFDB in the CAAPs, and then you will have much more time later on to do the presentation. So what do you think AFDB can be playing? You are already involved in the CAAP. So since the beginning, so, and how do you see the process moving forward, and also AFDB in CAAPs? Over to you. Thank you.
Okay, which is pretty much my presentation today. It's very related. So I'm glad that we had this discussion first before I spoke. No, it's good that we're involved in the process. I mean, it's good to be engaged earlier on in the process so that we can also carve our niche in terms of how we can intervene in the CAAPs process. As you know, as you're aware, the African Development Bank is also in the process of supporting regional member countries to establish these special agro-industrial processing zones. The concept is pretty much the same as the concept of the agro-industrial parks that UNIDO presented to us yesterday. In fact, UNIDO has been a very big partner with the African Development Bank in even designing a lot of the special agro-industrial processing zones that we are implementing across the African continent. So this is definitely music to our ears. I mean, it has been presented, and also my brother, me being Zambian, from the Ministry of Industry, he mentioned about how the World Bank is supporting the industrial parks program in Zambia, basically the farm block development program. We have also been involved in that as African Development Bank. We started also and went very far with UNIDO. We developed the master plans and feasibility studies for the Luswishi farm block. And we were in the process of financing that. I think we did our preparation and appraisal missions as a bank ready to finance. But unfortunately, when the country went under debt distress, we could not proceed with that project. So we ended up redesigning that project as a private sector kind of project where we parceled out portions of it, which would be attractive to private sector to take up and then implement it as a private sector-led program. That hasn't, it's still ongoing and discussions are still ongoing. So all this is related. I mean, Zimbabwe, Zambia, regional member countries of the bank. So it's good to see such initiatives. And since the CAAP is looking at brownfields, these are some of the locations that has been identified even in the feasibility studies that were done by UNIDO on the farm blocks, and also the ones that are being looked at in being supported by the World Bank. These are all potential locations for these regional CAAPs that we're looking for, especially the Zimzam, since there's no location identified already. So it would be good, like all partners have mentioned, it would be good to basically engage private sector, since we're saying this will be a private sector led and managed operation. Private sector must also be involved in site selection, very critical, because in some of the conversations that we've had, some roundtables with private sector investors, they always say they're not involved in the process earlier on. I know at the beginning, it's always a government-enabled process, but I think it's time now to engage the private sector and design this with private sector operators in mind from the get-go. I think there's more to talk about, but I will touch more on these as I make my remarks in my next presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you
very much, Mrs. Nyambe, for this contribution. Very short, but I think very much insightful. Also helpful to really understand how things are moving on the continent. So I see no other. Okay, Temba, I knew that something is missing here. So you have the floor, and then I will also probably ask Janet probably to say a word based on what she has heard. I think it will be helpful before we close the session and give the opportunity to ECA to talk a bit about the regulatory legal framework, the work that I've been doing also. So Temba, you have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair, and my apologies. I connected a bit earlier in Accra, considering the time zone, so I had not done my makeup, so I can't switch on my video at this stage. And good morning to Janet, colleagues, and it has been a lovely session, and thanks to the colleagues from the COMESA Secretariat. Maybe just to continue from my yesterday's short input. In my previous work, we had done some study to look at how Zambia and Zimbabwe could be able to give us an opportunity to substitute imports of soybeans into South Africa, mainly from Argentina or South America, if we put it like that. One, considering the right climate conditions in Zambia, the capacity to produce, including installed crushing capacity that went into issues around transport and logistics cost, which were mainly the reason why South Africa continued to import there. And the reason why I'm raising this is because there are agro-based cross-border opportunities that could be pursued, and especially in this fashion as being initiated by the two countries under the leadership of COMESA, which to a certain extent should also be able to help the project leverage on some of the issues which Providence mentioned around issues of regulation, because my understanding is that the fact that the two countries will be members of COMESA to a certain extent should be able to give them a certain leverage to address some of the issues to make this work. But I'm trying to get to the point that I raised yesterday. To what extent do we get to a point where we say we have a great initiative that must be supported in as far as Zambia and Zim is concerned, because it meets these basic requirements in as far as the conceptualization of the CAAPs program is concerned. So that we don't shoot in the dark and whatever we hit becomes our target. So that when we then engage with the broader continent, there's a certain element of what we're saying, this as we're probably trying to draft the criteria of selection for demonstration of this project. And I think John actually did raise some of the good points in as far as what are the basic things that when you say we are doing a pre-feasibility study, that it should help you to confirm through that feasibility through that feasibility study. We had indicated, and I think even the drafting of the concept or the criteria, that the nature of cross-border could either be infrastructure, or it could be just whether it's primary production, processing, and exports, or whatever will be defined. But I just want us to ensure that we have those kind of parameters that are defined to then be able to help us guide the countries accordingly, whilst the countries actually do take the ownership of the projects, and that this committee can be able to help with mobilization of resources to ensure that those countries can be able to achieve their objectives. And I think I can end here. My boss has just arrived. He can take over from here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Temba. I think is a good point, because we have to, as you said, going continental, the parameter has to be cleared, and then they can be assessed with, they can be qualified. And then when we say, yes, this initiative is a CAAP initiative, we are sure that we know the road we go through. So probably on this, CAAPs Secretariat or AUC may say a word, or probably Mr. Komla may add on this, and then that will be an additional contribution to this session. The issue of the framework should be very clear, and then also not only to us but also to the member state. So
okay. Good morning, colleagues, and apologies that we have missed such a significant component of this agenda. We had a delay in the issuance of our visas. So we just arrived this morning at about 7 a.m. Elizabeth was also with us on that flight, and my colleague here, Kennedy. So I think we've missed quite a huge component, but I think there will be a session where we could be brought up to speed with regards to the outcomes since the session started. With the presentation from my sister Providence, I think it really begins to ground the concepts we had around the CAAPs, because everybody kept saying, oh, we are going through the same processes again. We're just going to be talking and talking and talking until Agenda 2063 will be done and over. So I think having this Zimzam CAAP really begins to ground and really begins to fast track, and also brings a different perspective to the issues surrounding agro-industrial development on our continent and its importance towards transforming our food systems. I think that's very important. And I think also for the information of this technical working group, we had also submitted this proposal of the CAAP to be considered as one of the flagship programs in the second 10-year implementation program of Agenda 2063. Because we're done with the first 10 years, we are already moving into the second 10-year implementation program of Agenda 2063. And we felt that the CAAP would be one of the very critical programs that could help, first of all, in terms of fast-tracking our regional integration agenda, but also in terms of fast-tracking the implementation as well of another continental flagship program, which is the AFCFTA. So we see a very key role that the CAAPs program would play. And the presentation from Providence has actually strengthened that hypothesis that we had, that if we're able to have the CAAP and we're actually able to implement it the way we have envisioned it, I think we'll begin to see some of the changes we're talking about in the agricultural transformation space on our continent, in terms of wealth creation, in terms of jobs, in terms of adding value to our agricultural products. So this gives us a lot of interest that we are actually on the right path with regards to implementing the CAAP. And also because this year is very critical for the Commission, because this year the heads of states are focusing on how can we accelerate the implementation of the AFCFTA. We need to sustain that momentum. And we see the CAAP as one of the very critical vehicles that we can use. And zooming it down, particularly in terms of the CAAP that is being proposed now by Zambia, Zimbabwe, would really play a very catalytic role in terms of fast-tracking the theme that we have for this year. So thank you very much. And I'll be looking forward to getting a brief with regards to the outcome of the last 2 days of this meeting. And we're happy to have joined you. If we fall asleep somewhere in the meeting, please excuse us. We haven't had a chance to sleep. We just changed clothes and came into the meeting. Thank you, Chair.
okay, thank you very much. Before we move forward, I don't know if
Okay,
Mr. Komla would like to take the floor. I know that you just arrived.
I don't know, Victor, why are you avoiding me?
Okay, yeah, it's good.
Yeah. Okay, no, it's fine actually. For me, I just want to speak a bit in line with the deliverable of this session and let me first join the colleague to appreciate the great presentation done by Providence, because there was a lot of expectation from this presentation. We wanted to know what is Zimzam, you know, how much it costs, the commodity, the status, all those elements. And the first part of the presentation actually gave us that actually clear view on all the things that we wanted to know. So yesterday, the discussion was more about, okay, how much it will cost, for example, for the feasibility study, and how do we do better estimation of the overall program that we are coming up with? Because we want to have one program that covers everything, and AUC is going to take the lead, mobilize the resource for it. And there was a need to come up with the concrete figures. And here, let me maybe show from what we hear today that actually we can say, okay, we are now, let's say, practically responding to one of the key questions that was raised yesterday, especially by Bertrand, saying, okay, how do we come with all these figures? You know, so in the presentation of Providence, we clearly know that, okay, the feasibility study from the draft that we hear is always around 4.8, right? Am I right? Yeah, so which is about 5 million, you know, when it comes to estimation, you know. So on the line that you can see down here, the first arrow here is give us a sense that, okay, any study for any individual CAAP may be costing 5,000K, you know. And yesterday we also start discussing the issue of mapping, data, BGS, all those tools. But we have more detail when we have the presentation from John today. Yeah. So we are actually estimating something around 2.5 per phase, and the coordination, stakeholder engagement, political process that we actually insisted on. We also have its own cost. So we also considering something about 2.5 thousand K per phase. No. So that actually how we can easily justify that the figure that you proposed there yesterday was right. You know, phase one, we have like 2 CAAPs, so it will be like 10,000 K plus these 2.5 plus 2.5,000. So that's why we can justify the 15,000 K. Same with the phase two, where we are targeting 3 demonstration projects. Same with the phase 3 as well, and phase 4 too. So in total, actually, we are having a total budget about 70,000 for now, but we don't know whether it will increase after the presentation from John. So just to show you how helpful was the presentation from Providence, that okay, it's helped us at least to respond to one of the critical questions. We also know clearly that the status, we actually know clearly the status of the Zimzam. Originally, people think that it is done, the feasibility is done. Here this money is not done yet. So mean that as part of our resource mobilization effort, we need to actually prioritize that. Because Zimzam is the first project that we are considering. The first batch of money we are going to get will be actually focusing on implementing the Zimzam. So that actually the appreciation of the first part of the presentation of Prudence that actually help us to solve series of the question that we had. Now the second part actually on the policy and the regulatory framework, I actually learned a lot from a series of recommendations that are being proposed. And I will say that it's just a, let's say, part of the brainstorming exercise that we are going to initiate. So this kind of study will actually serve us a lot in terms of building the CAAP model, for governance, for joint governance, and so on. We have started some reflection. We are actually expecting CFTA to present to us some critical elements that should be considered when it comes to removing trade barrier and so on. And also, you will be listening to UNICA this morning on the institutional framework and all the legal governance and so on. So let's just, all this will actually be contributing to know exactly what needs to be done when it's come to jointly managing those transmodal CAAP. Meaning that, so this part also was a very good contribution. There was also another point on the physical location that was also being discussed in some way. What I want to say here is that when it's talk about transboundary CAAP, it doesn't mean like the infrastructure has to be a really necessary transboundary at the border. No, it's actually the whole value chain that has to be transboundary. So let's have that in mind so that we don't have to put too much concern on ourselves when it comes to choosing the location of the CAAP. And as part of the package document that we should be producing when we are engaging with the country, it has to be clear in that document that the physical location is not actually necessarily at the border. So yeah. And there was also a lot of recommendation when it comes to the regional value chain assessment that was also done by COMESA. So we learned a lot on them. And also, as I'm saying, this also can be part of the element that we are going to use, to develop what's the best, as a model for all the CAAP on the continent. You insist a lot on the private sector engagement. I think this has been already considered very seriously from the design of the CAAP. Even the first SCC meeting on the CAAP, they actually put that clearly that private sector should lead this agro-industrialization process. So it's being considered. Linkage with research and development is something that FARA actually is making, working hard on that. You have a conference in Durban in June, and part of the outcome of that comment that we are expecting is to make sure that we have clear linkage between research and business. Karen is the mechanic and cop. On that intensive stakeholder engagement is one of the things that you emphasize on, and this is also something that we also discussed yesterday. Like when we are planning for the study and so on, let's plan also for the stakeholder engagement. And as Bertrand was saying, let's make sure that we have all kinds of stakeholders that are engaged from the beginning. So, and that has to be a bit to be done. So there are also many other things that we learned from your presentation, and I'm sure we are going to get the presentation. And those elements will help us actually to see how to come up with a kind of harmonized model for all the CAAPs that you are going to develop. So for now, I can really give back the floor, and I'm sure during the next session we can say more about this. Thank you very much.
Very much, Anselm. We have to be mindful of the time in order not to transform our coffee break in lunch. Yeah, so I think that is important. The coffee is waiting, so probably I saw the hand from Karin, yeah, because we said yeah, is an open floor. A hand from Karin, and then to close the session, I don't know if Mr. Komla would like to say something. He just arrived, but it's always good, when we have the boss here, and then he's awake also. So while he's still awake, we have to, yeah. And then after that, we give the floor to Medad, yeah, and then. Yeah, yes. I saw Maponga, Oliver, Mr. Maponga is connected, and then after him, and then we go to break. We come back, we comment the conversation around it, and then John will take the floor, so that when we go for lunch, we are really, yeah, we have an empty stomach, and then we can really fill them. So, Karen, you can take the floor. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Victor, and thank you, Ms. Providence, for the wonderful presentation. I had a comment on some of the issues that have already been raised by John Ulimwengu and Anselm, and that was mainly focusing on the human capital. Basically, it's a follow-up of my question that I raised yesterday on how we are going to ensure that even as we put up the infrastructure, we are matching it with the human capital necessary to run, manage, and sustain this initiative. And I noted when Ulimwengu mentioned about processing, it's a key area that we have to look at and just ensure that as we are talking about processing, then our farmers, our entrepreneurs are in line with what is required to ensure that we are producing quality and sustainable products. And this also goes together with the comment on linking the research to business and engaging with private sector. So do we have a mechanism, or can we probably consider putting in place a mechanism that will match the human capital with the other infrastructure and the policy elements that are required? You also talked about having a policy that can ensure that there's ease of doing business. But our entrepreneurs or young people, women, able to actually do the business? We have proper mechanisms that can build the capacity and competencies of the implementers or the beneficiaries to actually do the business, the farmers. So I was just thinking along the lines of that curriculum, capacity, competencies, and skills development that can match the efforts that are being put in place for in terms of policy and infrastructure. And like Anselm said, we are open to discuss more about this and take it further, even in our meeting in Durban in June 5th. Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you very much. Probably quickly, Providence may react on this, and then.
Thank you, Catherine. On the human capital element, part of the plan we had was to start engaging some of our research institutions on the continent. We have discussion with the FANLAPAN. We had also discussion with ASALICA. Those are our two major research institutions we work with. And also we had the discussion with the COMESA Business Council on how to start engaging national chambers of commerce industry at member state to come up with the needs that they may require to run some of this industry. Under another program, which is not under CAAP, we are also working with universities to create Center of Excellences in research and development and innovation. So we thought that's a way of building the required skills using what we have on the ground and showing them we are planning to implement this, and this may be the required skills, and look at the available technologies that may be at shelves somewhere. How do we bring the commercialize those technology? We're also having a discussion with the International Labour Organization on that, and another program supported by European Union. So we have really thought about it. On the ease of doing business policy, through also our investment promotion agencies, we have started highlighting those key issues that really affect starting a business, such as registration, access to land, tax regime, to bringing them on board. I think Andrew remember in our last study tour in Ethiopia, we had members of the National Promotion Agency part of the study tour, because they need to understand, they need to see before we go on with the policy reform. They also need to be brought on board to see we may need to change some of the regulation we have in order to accommodate this. And engaging the private sector, we started a bit late, but we are using our COMESA Business Council, and we want also to engage the East Africa Business Council as well, the SADC, through partnership with the African Business Council. And I heard yesterday you are planning to engage them. I think it's a high time we bring them on board, because once you engage the private sector, they give you a totally view on how things should be done. So it's something we learned 2 years down the line as we're implementing. Thank you.
Mr. Komla? Thank you.
Thank you, colleagues, and good morning once again. Sorry, I showed in late. I have been having some medical issues, and I needed to pay some attention. Otherwise, I would not be very strong here. Yeah, and also thanks my colleague Temba for earlier interventions. He might have mentioned to you that in the context of the AFCFTA, as we advance to practical implementation, there is a lot of emphasis on agriculture-based value chain development because of the situation of the continent. And that continue to resonate in any request that we receive from member states to support them to develop specific commodities for AFCFTA implementation, or to be able to trade under the AFCFTA. There is a huge focus on or emphasis on agriculture-based value chains development request. This is not to say that we are not working on other value chains. He might have mentioned that in the context of the private sector engagement strategy that we developed, we have agriculture, agro-processing, pharmaceuticals, transport, logistics, etc. But agriculture sector indicated to resonate high in terms of impact, inclusivity, and economic growth. So we continue to prioritize that. And I must mention that among several requests that we receive from our member state to support them to develop specific commodities for AFCFTA implementation, the requests are all pointed towards agriculture-based value chains. Now, coming to the CAAPs also, we also noticed that a number of countries are moving towards establishment of the commonly called the food parks, agro parks, whatever you call them. So the sense of the CAAPs is there, and it will continue to resonate. I think what the CAAPs bring into the table now is the cross-border arrangement that we have in the context of the specific CAAPs as we continue to define it. But then whenever I mention the CAAPs also to our partners in stakeholder meetings, one critical question that comes is, how do we ensure equitable sharing of the benefits of the CAAPs? In the sense that if we establish the ZIM-ZAM CAAP, okay, and then maybe the processing unit is at Zambia side of it, and the Zimbabwe has to bring in the raw materials. What is the guarantee that Zimbabwe will not remain just a raw material export country, while Zambia, where the processing is based, will remain a processed good export country? So this type of dynamics, they are general question people continue to ask. So I believe we need to look into some of these dynamics also as we go on. Of course, under the AFCFTA, there are a series of discussion going on how goods processed within specific specialized processing zones should be treated in terms of the rule of origin and tax related issues. But I think those are critical, more details we could look at as we advance. So I must mention that we're very critical about the CAAPs. We continue to look into it. We look forward to seeing how the cocoa CAAPs will look like, because already we're working with both countries, Ghana and Ivory Coast. We receive requests from both governments to help them to process their cocoa beans for export, and also to look into the regional market for selling of processed cocoa product. Therefore, we're very particular about understanding how we can really move on to this. I have always said that I think we need to just start, in terms of practical installation of a CAAP, because we don't have a real example to learn from. So as we start, we go along we learn along the line, rather than thinking we should perfect everything before we start something. So I'm looking forward to the engagement, and I'll connect with my colleague for better updates, so we can be able to contribute better to the discussions. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this contribution. I think it's very much helpful to have this overview, what at the level of AFCFTA, what is being done, the situation, and particularly the point you raised, among other interesting point, is the issue of equitability. Yeah? That also calls us to really do not only look the value chain as raw material and then end goods. We have to go into the granularity of the value chain. Where is the addition? What are the intermediary goods? Because is the exchange of these intermediary goods, and then based on that, we can really see how to ensure an equitable distribution of value addition creation. Probably the academia could be also helpful here to do empirical studies and so forth, so that we have concrete information. So with this, thank you very much. I will give the floor to a colleague from ECA, SAO, South Africa Regional Office, Mr. Olivier Maponga. We'll talk about all the elements relating to the legal, other institutional aspect of establishing CAAPs based on the experience they are having in accompanying, supporting also COMESA. After that, we will go for the break, And then when we come back, we will have the question answers based on his presentation before we give the floor to John. Yeah, thank you very much. You do the presentation and the coffee, yeah. And then we do the coffee. No.
The chair says.
The coffee now. Okay, please. Okay. Okay, good. Olivier, we have the chair of the working group. Like, if we can take the break now, the coffee break, so that we gain more strength. Yeah, and then you go through the presentation, and then the question and answer, and then we run the second John presentation, and then we go for lunch. If you do not mind, Oliver? Oliver? Can you hear us? Oliver? Can you hear us, please? What's the problem now? It's muted. Oliver? Okay, okay.
Hi, Victor. I can hear you.
Okay, can hear me. Okay, if you don't mind,
yes.
Because we have a colleague just arrived at 6 a.m. So there we need some dose of coffee among others.
Okay.
So that we can, so that when we come, we are more with more strength. Yeah. Okay, good. So we go for break.
Sure. Okay, that's fine. How much time are you coffee?
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, see you. Okay. Thank you, colleagues, for your patience. I know that we went beyond the 10 minutes, and so we will start immediately. The other will join. Oliver, thank you very much for your availability, and so you can take the floor now and take us through the presentation, and then there will be question and answers. Over to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Victor. Good morning, colleagues. My name is Oliver Maponga from the ECA office in Lusaka. Just to mention that my presentation essentially rides on what my director Providence also presented. I think there's a little bit of coverage of the same material in terms of focus, but I'll try and add in a very good presentation just to try and augment in a few areas that I think maybe more information could have been shared. I think it's illustrative of the collaboration between COMESA, ourselves, as well as the involvement of UNIDO, African Development Bank, Afrexim Bank in supporting these two member states. My presentation, oh, sorry. What happened? I lost my presentation. All right, so yeah, my presentation essentially goes through a little bit of a background on the Common Agro-Industrial Park initiative. As I said, writing on what Director Providence presented, and also I'll then go through more towards the issues around the policy environment, the value chains prioritization, maybe assisting answering some of the questions that were raised, possible park configuration. I think there was a lot of discussion around that as well, but I'll bring that back into the fold so that we can maybe get ideas about what the pre-feasibility study actually came up with, and delve into a little bit more detail on the policy, legal, regulatory, and institutional framework issues, and propose a way forward, and of course, the lessons that we learn from this experience. I think just to underscore the fact that we're looking at agriculture as being an anchor to industrialization, in this initiative. I mean, to address the issues of food security, like mentioned during earlier discussions, the issues of sustainable jobs, decent employment, the issues of enhanced contribution of the sector to gross domestic product, the issues of the contribution of the sector to value-added exports, and of course, in light of the African Continental Free Trade Area market. I think it's the industrialization cause that is really driving the common agro-industrial park. The agro-processing activities, how they are going to spur industrialization. I think we have learned from the Asian miracle about the role of agriculture in socio-economic transformation and industrialization. And I think this is the thinking around the common agro-industrial park. And of course, it's building on experience that already exists in the member states. And as the director mentioned earlier on in your presentation, the policy environment also provides for its reach for such initiatives with the article from the COMESA Secretariat, Article 99. Of course, policy instruments within SADC and COMESA. I mean, both member states belong to the two regional economic communities. And as a result, their development imperatives and development direction is actually influenced by policies from both RECs. So in this consideration, of course, there is that realization that SADC processes are as important as COMESA processes and issues. And of course, a key political anchor, which also Director Providence mentioned, is the MOU between the two countries that situates this project or this initiative in a rich policy environment that is supported at both national and also at regional level. A key point in the slide that I'm showing there is just the processes that we have gone through. I think I won't belabor the point. Providence actually went through this sort of a description of each and every stop in the processes that we've gone through. A key one, of course, being the sensitization, which was quite extensive. I think we had 2 sessions in Zim, which was not only in Harare, but also in Bulawayo. We had 2 sessions in Zambia, not only in Lusaka, but also in Livingstone, to try and capture and cover as much of the private sector as possible in that sensitization. And as she mentioned, I think slowly that has enhanced and improved the participation of the private sector in the process. Another an important underlying factor in supporting this initiative is actually the rich policy terrain within Zimbabwe and Zambia in terms of the policies that provide a rich environment for the emergence and sustainability of this agro-industrial park. We've listed some of them there. Maybe the list is not exhaustive, but actually it gives you an idea as to this is not sitting in an empty space. It's sitting in a space where there are policies that can actually support the maturity of the project. In the pre-feasibility study, an attempt was made and detailed quite extensively in the study about the selection and prioritization of value chains. I think I have to emphasize that this is the initial prioritization, because the actual prioritization under normal circumstances would actually come from the detailed feasibility, because it then gives the business case and provides the private sector with pointers as to where to go to first. But what this exercise did in the pre-feasibility study was to say, okay, given what exists in Zimbabwe, given what exists in Zambia, given what exists regionally in terms of focus, what can be the priority value chains? And I think we ended up with 8, 6 or 8, 8: cotton, soybean, maize, sugar, livestock, wheat, rice, and horticulture as being the initial value chains. But of course, maybe the ranking of these would actually be determined by the detailed feasibility. And of course, as the director presented, I think more detailed work was done on maize and the dairy value chain, which also sit within the the proposed value chains. And a discussion also, which is covered extensively in the pre-feasibility report, speaks to the nature of the common agro-industrial park. And of course, we are learning a lot from what is happening in Ethiopia. That informed the discussion that we had. And of course, the actual physical visit to Ethiopia also deepened an understanding of what was involved in there. I think the issue of an integrated agro-industrial park is raised prominently in the study, and its links with the rural transformation centers, the opportunities that it will provide, but also issues of location were also touched on in the pre-feasibility study. I think there's also the partial the spatial location of the park in both countries. I think the issue about the distribution of benefits in the pre-feasibility study, it looks at specific commodities being transformed in a specific geographical space. For example, is it cotton in Zambia? And that's where the transformation will take place. Soya, could it be in Zimbabwe? I think there are sort of scenarios that are presented which you could link through and maybe ensure that there is a semblance of a distribution of the benefits. But a key element also is the free movement of capital and labor. I mean, capital is able to cross borders in an environment where there are no restrictions. Similarly, labor is able to cross the issues of skills. I mean, we are agreeing in this meeting that if we are talking transformation, if we are talking industrialization, we are speaking to a skills-intensive sector. The skills are going to be required to be able to transform the agricultural products into competitive value-added products that can exploit the opportunities that are presented by the African Continental Free Trade Area. Right. In terms of looking at the policy environment.
Oliver, please, could you please widen your presentation, make it full screen, please?
I've been struggling with that here. Just hold on.
Okay, continue then. If
okay, let me continue. Yeah. Okay. I think a key. I want to move now to the issues around policy, which again I think Providence also covered quite competently. I think when you look at policy, I think the policy environment really, or the policy document sets out the high level objectives, right? So in this case, what we're talking about is a cross-border special economic zone. Why I'm emphasizing that is the fact that both countries have experimented or are currently implementing special economic zones. So it's not anything that's new. It's about ensuring that the policy environment facilitates the creation of a unified competitive environment, a unified environment for the operation across the two borders. I mean, if you are in Zim, if you are in Zam, the operating environment is the same. So, in the work of the consultant to try and help us create the policy, legal and regulatory framework, there was reference to the Zimbabwe Investment Development Agency, the Act, as well as the Zambian side. I think there is congruence there. There are elements within that are important for harmonization and alignment. I mean, things like the legal basis for the establishment of the special economic zone. This is a cross-border one now, transitioning from a national special economic zone. The licensing, investment issues, how do you facilitate investment? The analysis in the policy document looks at what's similar, what's not similar, where are issues that need a broader alignment or closer alignment to try and improve the operating environment. For example, I think issues around access to land, maybe Providence also mentioned that about the challenges, land access in Zim, land access in Zambia. How do you access the land to be able to produce? We are speaking agriculture here. So the primary resource is access to the land. Issues around investment guarantees and protection, what's provided for in Zambia and what's provided for in Zimbabwe. How can we find common ground that actually ensures that the environment remains competitive? The employment of expatriate staff, for example, they are critical issues. We are going to require, of course, critical skills that we might not have in our two countries. Of course, we'll do a gap analysis to determine that. And how are they going to be employed in these special economic zones? Under what conditions? Issues around foreign currency and payments in foreign currency, which we need to deal with currency issues. I think like what we have done in the AAPs-TWG is a good lesson. I mean, the Pan-African payment settlement system, I think, is it something that could actually be looked at when you look at the Common Agro-Industrial Park? Because we are working in two different countries with two different currencies. We need to come up with some payment system of sort, which allows us to use our domestic currencies as well. And of course, the issues around the institutional framework. I think my colleague from Zambia spoke about the institutional framework that exists. Sorry. Sorry, I lost my connection here. Can you see my presentation? Hello?
Hello.
Not yet. Could you please share it again? You can also at the same time select to have a full screen.
Full screen, yeah. I'm trying to. Here. Share screen. I don't know if that makes it better.
It says now it's the same. Okay, continue.
Okay, let me continue. Yeah. Okay, so the overall policy objective actually is to, I think, to enhance the contribution of the agro sector to different developmental parameters, for example, economic parameters, increasing value added, increasing total contribution to GDP, overall improve the lives of people in the two countries, job creation, and of course, the variety of linkages. I think Providence spoke about backward, forward, lateral linkages as well as being sources of transformation within the economy. The policy framework will set a broader objectives in the two member states and to close the gaps, ideally, in terms of the two policy environments. What gaps exist, of course, looking at ZDA and ZDA and trying to close those by developing this comprehensive policy framework for the Common Agro-Industrial Park. And issues that can enter the policy framework include, and it's not exhaustive, I think, supply chain infrastructure, its development, its access, the how to attract domestic and foreign investors into the park. You know, I think we have to also remember our domestic investors, the private sector we're talking about, to say there are opportunities there that they can exploit as well. And more importantly, our micro, small and medium scale enterprises have to have an opportunity to be part of the value chains that emerge. They could occupy specific nodes along particular value chains, strong forward, backward, and lateral linkages. That's very, very important if we are going to obtain the optimal benefits from the processing of the agricultural products, value addition, and of course, waste reduction, quality environment improvement, for competitiveness. Getting into the CAAPs-TWG requires that whatever we produce is competitive, meets certain standards. The commercialization of agriculture is a key anchor to the agro-industrial park in terms of improving productivity, improving efficiency, so that at the end of the day, what we produce is competitive. Opportunities for micro, small, and medium scale enterprise. Just to emphasize that, I mean, this sector is a key driver of industrialization recently this year on the impact and importance of micro, small, and medium scale enterprises. And I think the key thing coming out of that is this sector is particularly important. Even when you look at our emergence and recovery from COVID-19, this is the sector which has had the flexibility to adapt and really lead productive capacity in certain areas. Of course, green industrialization, I mean, we're talking about climate change and issues around new and renewable energy. They are going to be a critical part of the policy environment within which this common industrial park will actually exist. But what are the areas of harmonization that we are actually thinking of in terms of this policy environment? Of course, land policy. Of course, issues around resource mobilization. How do you bring together the fiscal and non-fiscal incentives that currently exist in the two countries so that you bring them together, you harmonize them, they are aligned, so that movement across the borders becomes easily facilitated. We're equally attractive. You can locate in either Zambia or Zimbabwe, depending on the spatial location of this common agro-industrial park, and you enjoy the same benefits. Of course, one-stop facilities are important. The provision of these and also the existence and development of broad transformation centers, depending on what the specialization, comparative advantage-based specialization is in each of the two countries. And in terms of you are moving now from a policy at the high level. Now we want to make the policy justiciable. And for the policy to be justiciable, you need to create a legal, regulatory, and institutional framework. This is the second level of the development of this harmonized environment that we're talking about. This will also define, among other things, the establishment and the CAAP. What is it exactly legally? Its definition as a legal entity, its legal status, the relevant laws that are going to actually impact and influence and anchor the operation of the common agro-industrial park. And of course, we'll deal with the establishment of the institutional structures that are going to be part of the common agro-industrial park. I'll speak later on to an issue that was raised by John, which actually incidentally is covered in this presentation, which is the creation of an institution, a company, to try and anchor the activities. Also a company that allows the participation of the private sector. And of course, the legal framework will also regulate the common agro-industrial park itself, the relationship between the two national governments and other entities. It will provide the relevant incentives within the common agro-industrial park legally. It's a legal backing, gives a legal backing to the broader policy ideas. And of course, issues around innovation and technology. It will provide for the responsibilities of investors. It will provide for the general contribution of the special economic zone or common agro-industrial park to economic development, and it makes, of course, the policy adjustable. Clearly, there will be need to draft a new law and enact it in the two member states, right? As we are saying there, that maybe the Zambezi River Authority experience will give us some sort of starting point as we move forward, and also ensuring that issues around operating schedules also are covered within the policy environment, operational rules and procedures. How does the common agro-industrial park transact? It will, of course, deal with the issues that were mentioned by colleagues from the FCFTA. How do they enter the FCFTA market, given that they're actually emerging from a special zone with special privileges? I think, and of course, duties and obligations and rights of the developers and investors. We spoke earlier on about the need to ensure that there is a dispute resolution mechanism. So this is also backed by an explicit elaboration of duties and obligations and rights of the investors, so that it then becomes easy to look at how best to deal with legal issues in terms of the operation of the in the common agro-industrial park. Which clauses, how do you define them to attract the investors? Currency to use, right? Land leasing agreement, of course, in terms of how do you access land, how do you use land, at what point can you sell the land and move on as an investor? Investment guarantees and promotion, I think we've had this, and I think it should be couched within the larger environment of trying to create an overall competitive investment environment. Clear mechanisms for labor relations and deployment of foreign labor, the creation of a resilient investment dispute resolution mechanism. So that sort of speaks to the policy, legal, and regulatory environment. A key element is the institutional framework, which I want to spend a little bit of time on. This is the proposed institutional arrangement in terms of with two key levels, right? The oversight level and the management level. The oversight level, you have your joint council of ministers, the ministries that are currently leading the process, right? And of course, other ministries will come into the fold as well, and a board of directors. But importantly, it is the Common Agro-Industrial Park Corporation, whatever you want to call it, whatever name you want to give it, but there is a corporation, right? Which is, it could be a PPP arrangement, it could be private sector and government, but it's a company that's standing on its own, right? With its board of directors. Of course, the major shareholders would be the government. And of course, your Zambia and Zimbabwe, ZDA and ZIDA, right? And then the park developers. That's your private sector developers and the rural transformation centers that Providence spoke about, but that are particularly important in the exploitation of the benefits of the value chain. So this is the structure that has been proposed in the framework that the two member states have looked at. In terms of, as I wind down, in terms of going forward, I think we are looking at issues at two levels. There's the governance level issues, which relate to the drafting of the policy, which relate to the enactment of the Joint Common Agro-Industrial Park Act, and of course, which relates to the establishment of the institutional framework. I think that's a basket that has the government playing a very important role, state institutions, state machinery playing a very important role in moving that process forward. And of course, there are technical and operational issues, resource mobilization, detailed feasibility. I think my colleague from UNIDO will speak to these issues around commissioning of environmental and social impact assessment, the drafting of the work program, the monitoring and evaluation framework, and then eventually the establishment of the Common Agro-Industrial Park. We are saying it's like export processing zone plus model, in the sense that we've opened up our export processing zones models that we're using within national boundaries to cross border. That's the plus part that we are talking about in this sort of presentation. As I conclude, colleagues, what lessons on policy, legal, regulatory, institutional frameworks have we learned? I think it's important to create the harmonized or aligned policy, legal, and regulatory environment is institutional framework is a standalone, right? And the basis for collaboration for these two countries already exists. I think we've got strong collaboration, historical collaboration, collaboration in similar initiatives. Maybe the Zambezi River Authority could be slightly different, but I think it's a cross-border initiative based on a physical resource, right? We could learn lessons from there. And of course, the importance of government to do the initial heavy lifting. I think the initial heavy lifting is about dealing with the policy issues, it's about dealing with the legal, regulatory, and institutional framework, which require a lot of legal scrapping and reassignment and re-engineering, so as to provide a sort of an environment where the private sector is very comfortable in operating. I would like to end there and just to acknowledge the initial presentation by Director Providence has made my work much easier. Thank you very much, colleagues.
Yes, thank you very much, Oliver. I think it's a very interesting presentation. Give us a broad overview on the policy, legal, regulatory, and institutional framework on which the practical work is being undertaken on the ground. It's always good to have this kind of presentation, in addition to what is concretely what is being done. Is being very much helpful to draw a lesson and also best practices and to move forward. So with this, I think I will open the floor so that we take few contributions before we move towards Oliver's presentation. Yes, you have the floor, John.
Thank you. Thank you, Oliver. And again, as I said, to Providence, you guys are riding on something great. I have only one comment, has to do with the governance structure. I have a little problem with that. I don't see why the board of directors should be reporting to a group of ministers. That's the board of directors report to the shareholders. And those shareholders can be private sector, can be the wider public, the government too, but that's a completely different thing. To have a group of committee of ministers that deals with all the packs within the government, that's fine. But as far as the board of directors is concerned, they should not be reporting they report to the shareholders. So that should be clear. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Answer.
Okay. I also want to join to thank for this presentation. I think what is actually capturing most of our attention is that regulatory framework, and I was also going to comment on that. Actually, rightly said by John, actually, my concern was also the level of the private sector involvement that was not clearly, represented in this structure. And also, I can see clearly the regulation role. That's actually one of the critical functions that's very important for private sector, for them to feel protected, in getting involved. And what I'm saying here is not about just to discuss this here. There is a proposal that's been made by PwC, because PwC is running a study to propose a kind of harmonized model, for managing all the agro park that we will be involved in. So it's something that we will actually be building on. And all these proposals that are coming up will also form what we are going to table during our engagement with the country and the REX during the regional consultation. So it's to be part of the tool that we use. And at the end, we should be able to come up with a model that is agreeable for everyone and that you can actually use propose for all the CAAP program that will be under this framework. So that's my comment for now. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, Emilia.
Yeah, thank you so much, Facilitator, and thank you so much, Oliver, for a very good, for a well-done presentation. Actually, sorry, my question is, you have indicated that the delegations from Zambia and Zimbabwe, when they went to Ethiopia, they come up with that idea to come up with the, like, to use the brownfield sort of networking of existing agropods. So do you think, in your opinion, the same extent and magnitude of harmonization of regulatory policy and institutional and legal frameworks would still would be very much different going towards the establishment of one common agropole? Of course, your question is going to be very much important, not only in the case of Zambia and Zimbabwe, but as we take it forward to the all other cases. Yeah, thank you.
Temba, you have the floor, please.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, my good friend Oliver, long time. I think this is actually very important. And I would want to assume that the proposals, even in as far as the structure is, governance structure is concerned, this is more to do with the state-driven investments for industrial parks. Hence, the need to report to the shareholders in the form of ministries representing those governments. But I wanted to check if this has been workshopped with the countries concerned and what's their reaction to it. It's a lot of work, which obviously, as I was looking at it, I was like, this, if we're to satisfy all these requirements, this project can probably come in 2030, not now. But the fact is it's touching on the real stuff from a regulatory point of view, or even investment facilitation that would have to be in place for you to then be able to pursue such a project. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. So I think it's time to give the okay, Bertrand, take the floor, and then we give back the floor to Oliver to react, and then we move to the next presentation. Thank you.
Well, thank you so very much, Mr. Facilitator, and thank you, colleagues, for the presentation. Just a couple of things. It appears to me that as we discuss the CAAPs and its various elements, the issue of harmonization, coming up with common policies, is becoming very prominent. And this speaks to one of the works that we are doing also within our department, that is assessing Africa's readiness towards a common market. Because basically, this is what this is where we are heading to eventually, because if we're talking about, initiatives that are going to spread across one or two countries, in the case of COMESA, I remember Providence in her presentation, making reference to even more than 3 RECs are involved in some of these initiative. So it's also clear that, in the long run or in the medium to long run, this is where we are heading to. So this is also something very, very important. But coming to this specific project, I'm beginning to think, are some of these elements, and here I'm asking, putting the question to UNIDO, some of these elements, where do we really need to, nail them down? Is it during the feasibility studies? Because it's also true, and I think colleagues from the Secretariat, Temba, is also right in saying, okay, what is it that we need to move to the next step? Because obviously, not everything will have to be in place before we can actually proceed. But we need to be satisfied that, okay, perhaps once we have kind of pre-feasibility study, like in this case, perhaps we should agree to move forward with the understanding that there are certain issues that will only become clear or that will only be addressed with the various options down the road. So this is also something that we may need to, to start looking at, because like we are seeing the governance framework varies from, even if we just limit ourselves to the two projects that we have on the table, there is a variation, but that's a reality. And we may not exhaust the conversation on that particular aspect right now. But where down the road is it going to be addressed? And can we take it that, okay, we have enough information that could help us to move to that level where these other issues as well as other critical issues are then addressed? I thank you.
Thank you very much, Bertrand. I think I was right when I gave you the floor. So I will first of all go back to Oliver, and then our colleague Dejan will take the floor. Okay, our farmers.
Hi, Victor, I have the floor now.
Please wait. We have Elizabeth, who has also a contribution before you take, because we have a lot of institutional intervention. Now the farmers also have a real concern, so should take the floor. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you very much, Oliver and Providence for the presentations. I missed the one for Providence, but I think everyone has also been saying that whatever you've presented is actually borrowing a lot from what she already presented. Looking at the presentation that you've made and probably the previous presentations, I see from the CAAPs concept, a lot of concentration is being put on the agro-processing aspect, but little attention is given to the production bit in terms of how it's going to be organized to be sustainable, to offer, let's say, sustainable raw materials if we are to be successful in this CAAPs concept. So I'm really wondering, because the whole idea of this is really to create impact in terms of creation of jobs, in terms of providing markets. But then if we neglect organizing the production to have a sustainable supply of raw materials, then we run a risk of where we have let's say processing facilities, but that continue to import the raw materials. For some of us who were in Zambia last time and we visited the processing center, if you remember what one of the directors was saying is that they're actually importing banana pulp from India. And yet we are not short of, let's say, bananas and other fruits on the continent. Actually, most of them are rotting from the fields. So what are the mechanisms that we are putting in place to make sure that some of these issues are addressed, especially when you look at the Zimzam CAAPs in terms of making sure that the farmers organizations are empowered to make sure that they mobilize farmers and they build their capacity, they create the awareness to be able to to supply the required raw materials in the right quantities and the right quality. Thank you, and over.
Very, very much. You know, we cannot do industry without securing the supply. That is key. So
Sure.
you have the floor, and then Dejan. Over to you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, colleagues. Thank you for those questions and clarifications that you're seeking. I think most of it are clarifications and building on the discussion here. I want to start with maybe with Elizabeth. When you speak about the focus on agro-processing, I think the discussion is looking at the whole supply chain. We are talking about linkages from greenfields right through. So it's looking at the whole value chain, which means looking at the farmers themselves, looking at the producers themselves, how they produce, looking at the linkages of those producers with suppliers of inputs. Is it chemicals? Is it fertilizer? Is it whatever they use? Is it tractors? If we are looking at tilling the land, so it's a whole supply chain sort of approach, and looking at the various linkages along and the nodes along that particular supply chain. I agree with you that maybe the detailed feasibility will be able to provide us with information that will tell us the size of the production capacity, right? And give us an idea as to what else needs to be done to enhance that production capacity, what else needs to be done to improve the value chains so that that production capacity feeds through the value chains up to the agro-processing products that we would like. I think if it appeared as if we are focusing on agro-processing, that's not the intention. The intention is the full value chain. I think, and then the issue around variable geometry is actually very, very important when you look at these cross-border initiatives. I think Zambia and Zimbabwe, yes, they are close geographically, very close, they share a border, but in terms of there are differences that exist in how they work, in the legal frameworks, like we discussed, the policy environment. So those are issues also that will need to be straightened and looked at as we sort of deepen discussion and really move towards the sort of the eventual establishment of the common agro-industrial park. Temba, you raised the question around discussion with government. I think as Providence also observed, government, the private sector, I mean, you name it, you know, the process has been as inclusive as possible, right? I spoke about the sensitization meetings. We spoke high-level policy meeting with the permanent secretaries. I mean, in these meetings, the private
We are losing Oliver, Chair.
Floor, I will give the floor to Dejan. When Oliver comes back in the meantime, in between, he may. Oh, are you back? Okay, good.
Okay.
You can continue.
Where did you lose me? I was speaking. I didn't realize that you had lost me. My internet is very unstable.
Okay.
Anyway, the point I was trying to make was to address the issue raised by Temba about workshopping these documents. I think we started off even the pre-feasibility itself. We took it through a process where government, private sector, academia looked at that document and satisfied themselves that it was good to take us to the next stage. When we went and developed the policy, legal, and regulatory framework and all the parameters that need to be discussed, there was a conscious effort to workshop this. I think our last meeting was in August last year in Harare, where we looked at the document that we just presented. Both Providence and myself, I think we referred to the same legal, regulatory, institutional framework. So those issues have gone through government, they have gone through private sector lens. Not that that is exhaustive, but this is like an organic process. Of course, it will continue being improved. And my colleague Medad raised the issue of harmonization. I think harmonization is the basis of the regional integration initiatives. I mean, we are harmonizing in various sectors. Right now, we are talking about the AFCFTA strategies, you know, and looking at how countries access the African Continental Free Trade Area market. They are developing strategies, and these strategies are generally harmonized, although focusing on country competitive advantage in particular commodities. I mean, in Southern Africa here, we've been talking harmonization of policies in the mining sector. I think for the last 20 years, the African mining vision is all about harmonization. I think it's harmonization sectorally has been happening on the African continent, and it will still continue to drive processes like the ones we are dealing with in terms of the common agro-industrial park. There is need to create a harmonized environment, you know, a harmonized environment cognizant of variable geometry amongst member states is really what underpins integration. It's about looking at issues similar length, but allowing minute divergence guided by national priorities. That's normal. It's not a cut and paste, but it's similar lengths, similar principle, and then slight differences contextualized at member state level. I think that's a harmonization. It will remain important in this process. You know, it allows us then to say, how can capital move? How can labor move? How can we move the processed products across the two national boundaries? The taxation is harmonized, labor laws are harmonized. I think it's an important aspect as well. In terms of the role of the private sector, I think I take the observation that maybe the framework that we presented is not very clear in terms of where the private sector sits, and also even the reporting structure in terms of the board reporting to government. It's true, yes. I'm looking at the original submission. We missed the private sector box there in terms of the reporting structure, but there is clarity on the role of the private sector in as far as the corporation is concerned, in as far as the reporting from the board is concerned. It's actually provided for in the framework that has been proposed. I hope, because my internet was breaking up, I hope I've been able to answer all questions, because there are some questions that I think I might have missed. Victor, back to you.
Okay, thank you very much. I think you addressed most of the key elements that was raised, yeah. And then now to Dejan, when really do we address these issues of institutional frameworks and so forth? Do we need to ensure that we have all this in place to operate?
Yeah, thanks, Victor, and thank you very much for Providence and Oliver for a very good presentation and update. When we will address the issue of policy is as you all know, it is a continuous process. So we start during the feasibility study to put a framework for policy within the agro parks. Why I'm saying this is that the agro parks are also policy instruments, so that you cannot enact a policy all over the country in case of CAAP in Zambia and Zimbabwe in one go, which is very difficult. So the parks will provide opportunity for both governments to test the policy there, and then if it works, then it can be expanded to the whole country. So this is one approach. That when we say policy and regulatory framework, we are talking and a specific territorial area. So that is one important thing. When do we introduce these main policy things is during the feasibility study, we have certain main elements will be included, which includes like the farmer said here that support to the farmers is one of the critical policy which we have to put there. As discussed yesterday, there is a big fragmentation of the agricultural system in Africa. There is a need for sustainable intensification, and for that we need large and a big support to the farmers and the cooperatives around the park. So this is, for example, one policy. The other thing is infrastructure, which is required, for example, by definition, cold storage and dry storage facilities are considered as infrastructure, agricultural infrastructure, and need to be supported by the government as part of the policy of the governments, both in this case, CAAP, Zimbabwe and Zambia, to reduce post-harvest losses, and then to also to manage the market thing. So it is also important. So all these kind of policies will be introduced, the basic policies will be introduced in the feasibility study with a framework on who will introduce new policy changes and amendments during the process of, let's say, the first 10 to 15 years. So this is how we introduce a policy and regulatory framework. Important point takeaway is that we don't put policy for the whole both countries. It should be targeted, and then it is a continuous process. And we start with a basic framework in the feasibility study.
Okay, thank you very much, Dejen. I think during the presentation, I think it's tomorrow, you will go a bit through the different steps, yeah? Where you will again touch, that we see exactly at which stage we address those issues of policy, etc. Okay, good. So with this, I think I see no other hands. I think we are being more or less the questioning, but don't hesitate in the process. If there's an issue that comes, a concern, just flag it, and then we'll address it also, even in the afternoon. Don't hesitate. I saw a hand from Medad.
So thank you, Mr. Facilitator. Just to respond to the question raised by the Elizabeth as well as by John earlier today on the maize and dairy products and in the value chains. So this is why it's important that within this initiative for Zambia and Zimbabwe, we like COMESA and EC, we have conducted regional assessment study of two strategic commodities, maize and dairy products. Those two commodities were selected by the two countries as among the 8 strategic commodities. So this was we had to assess the viability of having regional value chain, because once they assess this, you're going to be in a position to identify challenges, constraints, as to ensure sustained supply of those two commodities. And the most important thing is to identify which one of those countries has comparative advantage in producing what, to construct the regional value chain. Like the study that we've done has identified that Zambia has a comparative advantage in producing maize, while Zimbabwe has a comparative advantage in producing Zimbabwe. So we figured out there might be a cross-border trade between the two countries. Raw material goes to the other one. And this will take us to another point that raised by Bertrand earlier today, as how to ensure the equitable distribution of benefits between the two countries. We strongly recommended that a processing facility in one of those countries has to be established through joint venture between the two countries, between the private sector in those two countries. So this is to ensure ownership and to ensure equal or equitable distribution in benefits between the two countries. Here, I would like to very much strongly recommend that within the pre-feasibility study, or even after, to assess cross-border value chains of strategic commodities is very important. And even the thing that COMESA and us we're doing at the moment is we come up with the findings of this assessment of regional value chain study of those studies of those two commodities. What we're doing at the moment is to assess policy, regulatory, and institutional framework in support of the regional value chains of those two commodities. So, I mean, you assess the framework for the agro park, but you nail it down into the regional value chains of strategic commodities as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this compliment of information. So very useful. So we note that we have a lot of work ahead. But as there's a saying that when we start together, the problem is more or less solved halfway. Yeah, so I think that's good. With this, I will give the floor now to John for the presentation. It is 25 to 1. We will target to leave the house. Yeah.
I think we are just starting the day now after this presentation. Yes. Normally we have 2 presentations before John. One is just to give an overview of the vision or the CAAPs or the thing before AFDB come in with the ZAPs program, the way we try to discuss how ZAPs fit into all these things. And now we go into the presentation.
Okay. Probably if you can give the probably to AFDB, AFDB then now. AFDB now.
So you mean we skip my presentation, right?
It's when we come from there. Yeah, and but we also have to, because John was supposed to make the presentation at which time that I don't have the
Okay.
I don't have the device, so I have in mind.
Actually, we are starting the day now.
Okay.
Yes.
No. Colleagues, so we will still, I think the information, we still have the target of 1:30. Yeah, to leave the house. So we will give the floor, because the presentation from CAAPs will give us, the vision for the whole thing that will come. So we try to do answer, and then AFDB. Yeah, AFDB, and then I think by then we can have the discussion. We go for lunch. When we come from lunch, we have IFPRI and the FAO, and then we go back to the proposal based on all this information, because we need those presentations to go back to the proposal. So now I will give the floor to answer for the AU vision for the CAAPs in the video, and then we give the floor to Mrs. Nyambe, yeah, and then we go for lunch, because if we need more or less 40-minute presentation, so we need to be strengthened. Yes. Yeah, we need to be strengthened. So the lunch is okay. Okay, without further delay, answer, please.
Okay, thank you very much. I think the energy is being drained down. So actually, the purpose of this presentation is for us to better understand, the, let's say, infrastructure need when you talk about CAAP in general, and to help you to better understand what if we will be presenting when we talk about mapping. What are the mapping exactly actually? So it's a series of PowerPoint and video, but I don't know whether the time will be enough to go through. So in the first part, I wanted to discuss the vision. What we are doing here is actually implementing the AU vision, and that vision is very clear. And just to show you how well our discussion is aligned with the AU vision, and then I'll show you what kind of infrastructure model we have started working on, because for us to know exactly where we are going, it's good to show the visualization on what we are trying to do actually. So that's what I'm trying to do under the point number 2. And for the first point, actually, I wanted to take it back to the discussion, the first meeting, the inaugural meeting that we have in Addis, where this statement came from Dr. Janes, like implementing the CAAPs is no longer an option, and We shall not allow any distraction to the realization of this important vision of Africa. Africa will tell a good story of its prosperity and integration in the year 2063. What you are doing actually started in the year 2063. And the success of African agriculture transformation shall be one of them. And the CAAP shall actually allow us to tell about that success. And we shall be proud of one day to have been part of this process of agro-industrialization revolution in Africa that was due since 1963. Actually. So this will show you that what you are doing is actually concrete implementation of a part of the vision of the AU Agenda 2063. And the CAAP will be one of the concrete achievement if it's done the way it's planned, achievement of one of the goal. We have 7 aspirations, 20 goals, and there is specific goal on modern agriculture for increased productivity and production. That's exactly what CAAP is trying to achieve. And when you read the vision document, the way the vision is stated is actually, if you read it clearly, it's actually aligned well with those dreams that we have been developing under the CAAPs. I'm not going to read everything, but you can see what is put in red here, where you say this growth will be made through possible broader and deeper continental market integration and facilitated by the establishment of adequate market and trade infrastructure, including road, railways, transport services, ITC, irrigation and storage, and agro-processing facility, commodities, exchange, market information, and other structure. So this statement shows you how deep is the issue of the infrastructure development when it comes to agricultural transformation in Africa, and the relevance of CAAP actually can easily see through this statement. And this will connect from local farmers. I am happy that the PAFO raised that issue very clearly, and I will show in my presentation how serious we are taking the issue of farmers, into this process. So farmers to local, national, and regional market through a dynamic network of efficient value chain and starting food and agricultural commodity. So this dynamic network actually will be most importantly what I will be showing on this slide. I actually plan to show one video at this step, critical point, because all the things we are discussing was exactly presenting during the steering committee meeting at the AU Summit, where we have to justify why the CAAPs have to be considered as a flagship program of the AU Agenda 2063. So this document was presented and was approved, and it was associated with the video. Maybe if you allow me, it will take maybe 3 minutes to show this video. For those who have never seen this video, actually, I don't know what the volume is here. Should be 100, okay.
We still can't hear it.
Okay.
The African Union has in its ambitious Agenda 2063 and the Comprehensive African Agricultural Development Program CAAPs recommitments at a 2014 Malabo Declaration to provide effective leadership for the attainment of specific goals by 2025, including ending hunger, tripling production systems, and ensuring that
I don't know. So can I
bold, coordinated efforts that will enable Africa to harness its enormous potential for agricultural development, agro-industrialization, and integration by boosting local processing and regional trade for agricultural commodities and their value chains, promoting and facilitating local and regional food production, achieving self-sufficiency of key agricultural commodities in Africa, stimulating local and regional private sector investments in agriculture.
CAAPs is a great contribution on the ambition of tripling intra-African trade for agricultural commodities and services, as set in the June 2014
Is the main place from your computer?
Common African Agri-Farms Program to help the continent capture the $50 billion import market that is currently
What do you think about
the CAAPs infrastructure. There is a need to come up with innovative partners that will help of the 5 geographical regions of Africa, consisting of mega agro-industries and supply chains. Recently doing what
Hello? Nobody is.
We can hear you, Chet.
We can hear you. Okay,
Okay,
good. Fine.
so
We did not hear the sound on the video, but yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, sorry, we'll play maybe at the end of my presentation, but I have a similar slide that actually showing the same thing actually. So now actually the video was to show what was presented during the summit, in common with this proposal of having CAAP as a flagship program. So now I want to insist a bit on when we talk about CAAPs infrastructures, what actually do we mean and how this is being conceptualized. So the CAAP infrastructure actually, you remember yesterday we discussed a lot on the CAAP demonstration project. And we have two that are identified already, the Zimzam and also the Côte d'Ivoire Ghana Cocoa. And we are also working to make sure that we identify all the 8, to have the total of 10, which will be 2 per region. And we also discussed yesterday about the size when it comes to the CAAP demonstration project, and also the size when it comes to actual CAAP. There are the bigger actual CAAP that are actually 5 in one in each region. And so this slide was shown yesterday. And we also discussed the commodity, and now at the moment we are saying that there will be a process, to identify the commodity, and this process will also include the engagement with the REX and country and so on. So these are actually along the way, and we should be actually coming there. Yeah. So if I put everything, all these layers together, you see like from the 5 regional CAAP, we'll be having a series of 10 demonstration program, CAAPs around the continent too per region. And also we discussed briefly yesterday the national CAAPs. And those national CAAPs will include the FDP apps that actually happen at national level, right? And there is a mapping. I'm using this map that was developed by IFPRI that's actually showing some of the agro park that's on the continent. And the discussion yesterday was, okay, we came up with 15 in numbers, so we need to have a kind of classification on those 60 and so on. So to show that there are some on the ground and we need to build on them actually. So putting all this again together, we'll be having a network of continental CAAP, the regional, that are actually the CAAP demo that you're talking about, and also the national CAAP. So when it comes to issue of corridor, let's say food reserve and so on, is actually a matter of how are we foreseeing the linkages between all those agro parks, whether they are at continental level, at the regional level, and also at national level. And this is actually one of the critical things we need to master, under this process. And the work that IFPRI will be doing actually, when it's all the mapping, is along that way actually. And we have actually kind of three main terminologies that we'll be using when we talk about CAAP infrastructure. We'll be talking about industry itself, we'll be talking about the food reserve. We'll also be talking about the supply corridor. See? So there is one thing that is clear is that when you have any industry, the model that we are using is the UNIDO model that shows that the first thing to do is to make sure that when it comes to getting the raw product, and that's why powerful attention is required here, we need to link this to the farmers on the ground, the local farmers, those those how you call them, how you call them? Rural transformation center actually are part of the tool that is used, to make sure that all the farmers at the lower level are well organized, and the product actually mainstream has raw product to all the industry, along back. So whenever you have any industrial agro-industrial industry, you should be having this series of the raw material center around actually. So in our design, what we have tried to do from now, what we have tried to do now is like, we came up with, we have an actual architect working at the CAAP secretariat already, and actually she is the one working on the vision in terms of infrastructure development, coming up with all the various type of infrastructure that you need when it comes to the CAAP. So we'll be having the industry, we'll be having the industrial zone, we'll be having residential zone, all the certain amenity zone, all this is actually part of this one. So I will not explain how this is designed, but it's just a kind of model, infrastructure model when we come to the bigger infrastructure. So when it comes to agro-industry, these are kind of industry area where you have a series of industry. We are actually trying to, let me see, there's a kind of video that doesn't have sound. The video is that we are producing showing like a zone where we only have like a big industries, based on the quantum of product that you really want to process, and so on. So I think this is just a very short video. I'm closing it at the moment. So, and then when it comes to food reserve, what you are seeing here, there are silos. You can have silos at the, let's say, close to the industrial zone, but we also need to think about go from one industry to another industry. You can have something like 5,000 kilometers, and so all this. So along the way, because if you really want to organize this continent for people to come to take food, from a particular point, we need to make sure that beyond the industry, we also have like the point that are closer to the country, for them to access whatever they want to access. So this food reserve will be something similar to this, where you have only area where this area will be kind of area where there are only silos. It's kind of like, let's say, not office, kind of short, let's say closed area where people just come. There are no industry, but they have kind of just silos and silo management, let's say office there for people to come to do the supply. So that's how it's been conceptualized at the moment. So what we see as a food corridor here, that might not be at the industry, but actually along the way. So where to place them, that's actually one of the things that we also need to think about when it comes to the IFPRI study. I remember when we were having a meeting with the African Business Council in February, one of the Egyptian guys was telling us, asking us whether we have a map of all the silos on the continent. And unfortunately, no, we don't have it. So I say, we don't have it, but this is part of the exercise that we'll be doing to know exactly where are the silos. Because he was telling us that it's very important for us to know where they are and to see where we need to build them more actually. And he was giving an example of Egypt, saying that the history of Joseph in the Bible, you know, has guides the planning process for when it comes to food security in Egypt, you know, up to now. And he was giving an example when the Ukraine war started, it's because they have those silos on the country that help them to actually, you know, master the crisis for some time, because the silo have a storage of at minimum 7 months of wheat and so on, you know, and those, they know where they are in Egypt. And we should think about something similar when it comes to the whole continent, if we really want to master our food security process on the continent. So it's something that's very important, and this has to be clearly understood in this way. And then if free, I'm sure we'll be relying on IFPRI a lot on this exercise, do this mapping on where we have silo already on the continent and where do we need to build, how we are moving and increasing those industry on the continent. There are also other part of infrastructure that are actually the farming zone, industrial farming zone. You know, good intervention from Elizabeth was saying, giving an example of what we visit in Zambia, for example. Another example was like, there's one industry which was producing juice. And I gave that example yesterday. And they were supposed to get mangoes from, you know, the local area there, but there was a shortage. They could not get the amount that they need to run the industry. So they have to import the mango from the puree of mango from Germany, for example. You know, for us to anticipate that we need to make a provision for industrial farming zone. If you don't have enough farmer around the industry, that will help us to get enough raw material. You actually need to develop those industrial farming zone, you know, to make sure that we don't get kind of shortage of raw material if you really want to be competitive at that economy of scale. So this industrial zone will be actually just more, the focus will be more about closing the gap of the raw material. So, and it's also part of what we call the input supply corridors. We may not have those farming zone near the industry. They can be far, you know. So you need to be clear about how, you know, the road system need to be designed to make sure that if there are road products that they produce somewhere, you know, 500 kilometers, 1,000 kilometers, how do we transport them to the industry and so on, you know, wherever we need. And also the food, the actual food, the processed food supply corridor, so you also need to know. So that's where you need to think about where the silos need to be placed. If we are able to manage the demand for all the countries, you know that, okay, this country, you know that this particular time of the year, you need this term of this commodity, rice or maize and so on, you know, where those commodities need to be, you know, placed so that they have easy access. So that modeling is actually kind of not easy work, you know, if we know exactly what we are talking about. And that form exactly what we mean by the mapping exercise that IFPRI will be doing along this process, you know, starting now. So when it comes to all this series of infrastructure, how they are managed, you know, is about, you know, people working there. And I remember when we were initiating the CAAP concept since 2019, there was a time where we need to come up with this exercise of how many jobs, you know, this CAAP can create if you are able to have established those CAAP on the continent. I remember figures that came out with that time was about 5 million jobs. You can see all kinds of profile of job, you know, that initially a lot, you know, various profile of job, you know, so meaning that all people working from market access, seed, agro production, primary production, post, all those process for crop production, also for animal value chain production, for example, you know, they need to be placed somewhere. You see, they need houses, you know, people may be moving completely from their country to go into escape zone and stay there forever. So we need to make a provision on those kind of infrastructure. So in our design, you know, our architect is also doing this kind of design where you can see very briefly here, you can see like having a provision for let's say, housing development, estate development. So any private sector who really want to be part of the park, they have so many opportunity of investment. Housing infrastructure is something that actually is something costly. So it's part of infrastructure that you're actually targeting when to come to CAAPs. So the various type of housing. And I think they also have more, let's say, modern, let's say, improve, housing system there. And those housing, like if they actually how that need to be owned by the owner and so on, so on. These are the things that we need to discuss, as we are moving, developing the CAAP, the larger CAAP. People can come there and buy the land and stay there. What are the policy arrangements that will allow this to happen? So we are actually working on developing vision, even going into the temporary residence. Like we need a good hotel there for people who want to come to make a deal. I used to go to, let's say, India, to make my deal of rice. If I have to go do in a platform in Africa, I need to have good hotel for people to stay there to make their deal, on a transaction, on the food transaction on the content. So we are thinking very big, very far, knowing that what we are doing now is just a small step, going to actually a bigger vision. We are also thinking about all kind of institutions that need to be on the ground, is a training center, all our research institution, So is what we are saying here is part of the vision, having the African Maize Trade Center, led by CFTA, where people are actually discussing the maize transaction on the continent, African Right Trade Center, all those things, and so on. So when it comes to infrastructure in implementing that AU vision, so that's how we are doing the conceptualization, and we hope actually, if we are all serious about this Africa development, I'm sure we get there. Actually. So that's what I want to share on this, to actually make you better understand what will come up if we talking about choice of the site, mapping, and so on. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Anselm. I was just wondering if we need to go directly to the next presentation, so that the time we have for the exchange, we take advantage of it. Yeah. So we give now the floor to Monday, Mrs. Nyambe, for the presentation, and then after that, I think we still have some 10 minutes, and then we have a conversation on that. So you have the floor, please. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Since I'm between lunch, my presentation comes just before lunch, I will make it short and sweet. Sorry, let me just find that PowerPoint. Sorry about that. By sharing my screen, okay, there it is. I hope everybody can see my screen.
Full screen, please.
Okay, I'll switch, I think. Okay, I think this always happens when you have double screens. Sorry, just 1 second. Let me just.
Display. Okay, guys, there. Put your
Display settings. Sorry.
Monday, go to the top.
The top?
Yeah, display settings. No, left, move to the left.
Okay.
Left.
Okay, the left.
Display settings. On the top of the screen. Yeah.
Top left.
I think she's disconnected, huh?
Yeah, you disconnect your.
Sorry, it looks like it keeps throwing me off the call. Maybe I should switch off my video.
Yeah.
Let me try. Let me disconnect my second screen just to make my life easy. Okay, I've disconnected my second screen. Hopefully I won't have that issue.
Okay, now you go to
to the slideshow.
Yes, that there. Click there, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Is that fine now?
Fine.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead.
All right. All right. I'll make it very quick because everything that we're presenting, our concept is similar to the concept that everybody has presented. What UNIDO presented yesterday, the agro-industrial park concept, with the agro-industrial hubs and the regional, the RTCs or ATCs, as we call them. It's all a similar concept. I think we're all speaking the same language, even what the AU presented now. I mean, we're all speaking the same language. So I'll quickly just rush through the presentation and yeah, just get to the critical issues. So basically, this is under the Feed Africa strategy of the bank, the SAPZ, the Special Agro-Industrial Processing Zone of the bank. So it's a concept that we're trying to put, well, we've put it together and we're trying to implement in our regional member countries. So in partnership with UNIDO in some countries, for example, Tanzania, Ethiopia, and Senegal, we've worked with UNIDO in the design of the special agro-industrial processing zones. And so these fall under the Feed Africa strategy of the bank. And I know we've been talking about the Dakar 2 Summit, which was anchored on this Feed Africa strategy. So basically, we have a criteria for agri-value chain prioritization, and a lot of critical issues have been mentioned because the components of these special agro-industrial processing hubs include large infrastructure component and the construction of the processing hub itself, and attraction of the processors that are going to come into the processing hub. But then there's also the issue of production. So we need to have a supply of stock for the production hub. So with a special agro-industrial processing zone, we always emphasize that it should be within areas of high agriculture potential. So basically, I mean, just briefly, the goal is to increase food production efficiency and capacity in value addition in agriculture, is to create employment, as that has been mentioned even by the previous speaker. That's very important, to build capacity and skills for employability within the region, and also to promote local, regional, and international trade. So the objective is definitely to bring in economic infrastructure to rural areas of high agriculture potential. So we always emphasize that this must be where there's high agriculture potential in order to attract investments from the agro-industrialists and boost production and competitiveness. So this is just a basic schematic of the agro-industrial processing zone, something that we're very familiar with. So as you can see, it's deep within the production area. We emphasize that the hub must be where production is happening. For example, we visited Togo. One private sector developer has put up an agro-industrial park there, but they've chosen to be closer to the port, not necessarily close to where the produce is being produced, where the commodities are being produced rather. So we emphasize that, you know, this setup must be in rural areas. So basically, I mean, this is just the end-to-end solution of an SAPZ, where we have our inputs, you know, the farm credit, improved seeds, irrigation, mechanization, extension services. So we ensure that as we are structuring this, we have this solution provided to the RMCs through the SAPZ. And these inputs obviously go into production to, you know, to the smallholder farmers, to the large and medium commercial farmers. And obviously at the ATC, RTC level, we have our aggregation pre-processing, just to improve the shelf life as it transitions, as the commodities transition to processing. So I won't belabor this point. Just I think in terms of where the bank is actually doing things at the moment, we've got countries in which the SAPZ has progressed tremendously. And then we've got approved projects that were approved between 2018 and 2022. And then we've got areas where we're looking to do projects, a pipeline for 2023 to 2025. And as you can see, this is, it's very clear. So it's very interesting, the countries where the CAAP pilots are beginning, the Cote d'Ivoire, Ghana, cocoa, and the Zamzam, or is it Zimzam? Zamzam. So we are already in those areas as well. If not doing projects already like Cote d'Ivoire, we have a pipeline like Ghana. And we're looking at doing special agro-processing zones in Ghana. Even though locations are kind of determined, but we're still now at the feasibility study stage. So we've got consultants in Ghana working on the feasibility studies for the agro-industrial parks that are going to be set up there. So in terms of basically the total commitment of the bank to SAPZs by the end of 2022 was at 840 million, matched with co-financing of about 670 million in about 11 regional member countries. So for example, I'll give an example of the Nigeria Special Agro-Industrial Processing Zone, which I'm task manager of. The bank put in 210 million and we managed to raise co-financing of 310 million from IFAD, the Green Climate Fund, and Islamic Development Bank. So this is the project. It's being rolled out in 7 states and the FCT. We're currently, well, the Islamic Bank states have started implementation. We're just waiting for 1 or 2 conditions precedent to first disbursement to be met, and we should start implementing the project in Nigeria. So basically, yeah, our value proposition that we normally offer is that we have a long-term relationship with our clients. Normally, we start this as a government-enabled and private sector-led project, like everybody has mentioned. So the dialogue begins with government. Usually they're the ones who are doing the land, but we often prefer that it's in a PPP arrangement with the private sector, because private sector are the ones that have got a track record of being able to run and manage a park of this nature. So basically, I just really removed the fat off the slides, but I had a few other slides, but these are things, again, that have been mentioned. The guiding principles, we're just talking about policy framework, one-stop border shops, and so on. If I look at the Nigeria project, for example, the components that we have in that one are infrastructure development and agro-industrial hub management, agriculture, productivity and production. So it's a huge component. And then policy and institutional development. So basically, I mean, you cannot overemphasize the importance of even having host government ownership and so on. But again, just to reiterate, when the Zimzam presentation was made, some of the remarks I made, the importance of just ensuring that we have policies in favor of creating a conducive environment for bringing in private sector. And when we look at the CAAP, it's important to note that this is the best time to bring in private sector when locations are yet to even be determined. It's good that private sector has a say because they're the ones that are going to locate there and produce, rather than having a solution where government just proposes something and then private sector are not in the loop, and they're just called in and they'll say, look, this is not a viable place for us to locate our industries. So some of the critical issues, I think, in this are things like, raising money for feasibility studies. I know there's a budget that UNIDO presented. How do we raise money for feasibility studies? So now I'm looking at basically just what synergies and alignments the SAPZs would have with a CAAP. For me, again, I would come back and say, we've got some brownfield existing infrastructure, Maribound infrastructure, which is usually our approach. We don't, as the bank, we don't go for greenfield. We look for low-hanging fruits and we build on that, because you find that in countries, I'll give again an example of Nigeria. I went to Kano to visit one area where there was a lot of rice sorting happening, and the World Bank went through a project, went and put in a color sorter for rice, and no power was available in the area. So this is just a infrastructure that's just sitting there and not being utilized. So you go around the country, you see these warehouses again through different partners coming in and putting all this infrastructure in, and it's just scattered and dotted everywhere, but there's no utilization of it. So this is something that is very critical, and I know IFPRI is probably going to present on it, how you go about mapping what already exists and how to integrate it into the CAAP. And for me, I think this is it's apt, it's the timing is impeccable, and this is something that the bank can put its resources in and support. I mean, we could do joint identification missions and put it in our project pipeline for financing and so on, because resource mobilization is very critical. We've mentioned resources are required for implementation, also resources are required for pre-feasibility studies and feasibility studies, so we can support the countries through different mechanisms to raise this money, even for the feasibility studies and master plans. And then basically, yes, that's how I feel we could proceed. And of course, the conversations are ongoing, and as we keep engaging, we'll come up with ways in which we can leverage on the concept. So yeah, basically that's what I had to present for now, and I'm available for any clarifications or questions that anybody may have. At least I think I've stuck within the time frame. We've got 9 minutes to lunch. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Monday. You did it short and sweet, as you said. So we really have 9 minutes for any for conversation, questions. I will note you mentioned concerning we are all talking the same language, talking the same concept. I think that is a key. It's very important. We know that we are all involved in all these processes ongoing on the ground. That's the one thing, and also the fact that the readiness of the bank to really support, to undertake joint missions, identification mission, and also all that could be needed later on. Yeah, I recall personally with AFDB in Senegal, more or less we went through the same process, and now the feasibility study of the north in the northern Senegal is I saw it in your presentation, more or less is what more or less we are going to undertake at the regional level, at the continental level. So those are the route we have already undertaken with the bank and with other partners also. I'm happy that we can upscale. It's very key. So I will stop here and
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much, Monday. Again, a very impressive presentation. I have two very simple points. The first is, I think, with Atsuko and yourself, we try to push for this. There is the lack of what I would call a knowledge support hub for these initiatives. Some sort of institutional knowledge that not only house what all the experiences, since you started this process and others, where someone can go and learn something based on, different experiences. Is that something that we can continue to push for? Because unless we are learning from our mistakes or successes, we end up repeating same things. So I think it's very important. And then the second, it's a very simple question. Is the bank willing to open the database? Because as far as I'm concerned, ADB has the only existing, comprehensive database, at least on the sites that you are working on, even in addition to that, because the report that ADB released in 2021 include even the sites where you are not as the primary donor or investor. So it'd be good if you can open the room for all of us so that we don't waste time in doing the mapping. Thank you.
On the issue of data in the presentation, this is also part of it. Yeah. Okay, good. Medat.
So thank you, and yeah, thank you, Monday, for keeping your presentation short and sweet. And I will try to keep my questions short as well. I mean, only two questions. The first one, you said about your role to mobilize resources and even to attract resources, specifically in Nigeria. One, you put on advanced capital of 370 million, and you managed to attract 600 million. So my question is, have you ever managed to attract fund or investment from the private sector, not from only development financial institutions? Here at the private sector to include as well impact invest and fund investments. So this would be appreciated if you could share any reflection on this. My second and last question is, like, apparently you've done a lot of special zones across Africa. Has any one of those has sort of regional dimension? Like, does it serve any other cross-border country, or all of them were locally, nationally oriented? Thank you.
Mrs. Elizabeth, about you.
Yeah, thank you, Monday, for that wonderful presentation. I was wondering when you mentioned about most of the processing centers that have been abandoned, and yes, I agree. For example, coming from Uganda, there are several investments under different projects, let's say by World Bank, by IFAD, and other programs that have really become white elephants after the closure of the projects. So I'm really wondering, looking at what you've presented and the number of investment that you're going to put across the continent, what is it that you're going to do different, or what is it that you're doing differently so that you don't also follow that kind of track where some of these investments that you're putting in place don't also follow the same trend? And then the other issue that I wanted to put forward is on the, he touched on it, the knowledge support hubs. And as part of the component of the knowledge support hubs is really something that maybe I would call technical assistance that needs to be given to, let's say, to the communities, to the stakeholders, who are part and parcel of such kind of arrangements? Is there something that is like a component that is put in place to, continue building the capacity of the stakeholders, continue creating awareness? And then my last one is on most of these programs are usually short-term, and this is what is causing some of these challenges. They're usually between 3 and 5 years. So before the communities even begin appreciating the importance of these programs and the impact, the program is ending. And when they end, ownership usually is lacking. So the facilities are there. They are in the communities, but the communities is not appreciating just because it's been a short period for everyone to get on board. So how do we make sure that instead of having so many programs, at least we have short-term programs, at least we have, let's say, a long-term program that can maybe walk the journey from, the inception stage up to when the facility is put together, the implementation, and then we have like a long learning curve before we can, scale up some of these initiatives to the different parts of the continent. The last one was on the ones that you've presented mainly at national level. I've seen they have a national coverage. My other question was also, I think, has been raised on whether there's a regional one and what kind of lessons maybe you might have to share with us. Thank you, and over.
Chair, should I go ahead and respond to these first?
Sorry, yes, we take all the questions so that you can respond at once, and then Timber, please.
Thanks, Chair. It's a very short one, and I might actually have missed it in the presentation, but I wanted to find out what's the actual arrangement in putting money for these projects. Is the money provided to member states on the normal, I think I would say normal FDB funding arrangement via your ministries of finance, or is the bank actually taking an active role in that investment, leading to it probably, let's say, being a shareholder and in getting involved in the governance of those industrial parks? Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. I think that's all. Okay, Anselm.
Okay, thank you. Thank to Monday for the great presentation. I think we'll have time to discuss money issue. I think we have a session on tomorrow, after tomorrow, to discuss how we can mainstream AFD money to all this process. But my question right now is just about the repartition of the projects that have been implemented so far under the ZAP that are called approved projects. I realize that there's a kind of a lot of concentration in West Africa. Mainly, I can see 8 of the 25 projects are in Nigeria. So is there any basis of choosing the country, or how is it done actually? Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay.
Monday.
I've got a lot of questions here. Okay, thank you so much, Chair. Going back to the knowledge hub and the sharing, yes, we were trying to set up a knowledge sharing mechanism, and we have not relented on this. It took a back burner for a while, but it's something that we are definitely pursuing. I know we've got a concept also now for what we're calling the SAPZ Alliance, which is a mechanism that we're trying to use to fundraise for the SAPZs across the continent that we're going to be investing in. So we are still trying to work on partnerships, on strategic partnerships, on knowledge sharing and stuff like that. And obviously this will come with the mapping that was mentioned, the data sharing, because we've got quite a a lot of data and experience that we can share. I know a lot of our documents, our project appraisal reports are available online for different countries, but in terms of sharing the database, this is, you know, like you said, instead of people going around looking for the data, we can be able to share something consolidated. And that's another, another offering that we bring to the table as a bank, in terms of the partnership between this CAAP and the SAPZs. In terms of having funds from private sector directly, so typically, I think I'll link this to the funding modalities questions from Temba. So far, we've been financing the public sector arm of the project. So just making sure that the government plays that enabling role, they do their part as people who provide economic, you know, the economic goods. So they will look at the roads that the private sector person will not want to finance, you know, because private sector will look at commercially viable investments. So they will not really want to finance things like rural roads. So that's the role that the government still has to play. So in terms of financing, we go in and in partnership with the governments through their borrowers, the Ministry of Finance. Even in the case of Nigeria, the Federal Ministry of Finance is the borrower, despite the fact that we're dealing with many states. We still go that route. We lend to the government, we structure where the money is going to go, but the whole aim is to ensure that the government investment crowds in private sector processors into the hubs. So government still has to do the infrastructure, the economic infrastructure, and they also have to do the investment in production and productivity. So that's how we've typically financed this, and it's usually a loan to the government. Now we've started, we obviously know that even the amounts that we're lending to the governments are not sufficient for them to build a proper agro-industrial park, to build a proper world-class agro-industrial hub that will, you know, crowd in private sector and all that. So we still need private sector financing. So what we do is when we've financed our part, for example, in Nigeria already, out of the 8 hubs that we're financing, one Ogun State already advanced in an advanced partnership with Arise. So they've gotten into a partnership with Arise, and Arise is going to put in 400 million in Ogun State, and they're going to do the airport and some other big infrastructure. And Ogun State will still take the small loan from the bank of about 40 plus minus million to put in the infrastructure and all that in partnership with, as part of their skin in the game, in partnership with Arise. So we do encourage the governments to go into partnership with the private sector, but we don't really broker it, but we can introduce the states and the countries to private sector developers that we meet along the way. The only partnership also that we have directly in the SAPZ is with Bank of Industry in Nigeria, for example, because you did ask about funds from private sector. So none directly, it's only for them to set up their processing plants. But Bank of Industry, for example, in Nigeria have come in and said, we've got $1 billion set aside for to finance all the actors across the entire value chain. So from smallholder farmers to SMEs to the large commercial farmers, and everybody who sets up within the hub and is in the SAPZ, we're going to look at and possibly finance. So that's the most we've gotten out of a quasi private investor. Zones of a regional dimension, no, we were looking at creating the concept of regional industrial processing zones, but we did not really pursue it. And I think this has come at a timely, the CAAP has come in timely, because then we do not have to duplicate efforts. I think we just need to see how we can partner together to just do this together. So we do not have any lessons learned because from the regional dimension, because we have not done any. So what are we doing differently to ensure that we do not have white elephants? So the focus on production and productivity is very key. We need to have supply of raw materials readily available for private sector to process. And then also just bringing in private sector. And these white elephants typically were government-built plants without really taking consideration the role of private sector and their expertise in managing hubs, their expertise in running commercially viable businesses. So if you leave it for the government to run, it's bound to fail. I think those are some of the experiences that we've learned. But when the government basically partners with private sector and lets private sector lead and also manage and operate these agro-industrial parks, then chances of us seeing moribund infrastructure are slim. So that's what we're doing differently, just emphasizing the role of private sector leadership and government taking a step back, still being in partnership, but letting the private sector run with the program. In terms of, I think, how do we select? So 8 hubs in Nigeria versus 1 in Mozambique. It's clearly it's a credit issue. It's headroom available. You know, the appetite of the country to borrow. Nigeria could easily accommodate 500 million in their borrowing plan for SAPZs. While a country like Mozambique, for example, can't, and they're relying on our concessionary window and on grants. So it's the dynamics per country, and this is beyond my pay grade, how headroom is allocated, but it's something that is determined by our credit risk department, and every year we know the limit of what a country can borrow, and then countries also have priorities. Some maybe have priorities that are non-agric sector related. They want to build airports or they want to build roads, and agriculture takes a back burner. So it's really what the country's priorities are. And normally this is set in a country strategy paper process that we embark on with our regional member countries, where we set the strategy and the pillars that are going to determine the kind of work that we're going to do in those countries for the next 5 years. So again, that determines how much we can do in each country. And then the last one, I think it's in terms of the short-term nature of projects, 3 to 5 years before we can see an impact, before people can benefit. The project has closed. I mean, the idea is that these are projects that when done, they should be sustainable, and it's not really something where you say the project has closed and therefore the agro-industrial park also closes. That's when life just goes on. So the idea is just to catalyze the beginning of it and just let, as private sector run with it, they'll probably raise more money to expand it, to take it to scale, but government would have just done their role as an enabler, and the bank, being a lender to the government, will just give that loan to the government, even though the loan duration, in fact, the loan duration is usually very concessional. It's very long-term, even up to 25 years. And even as the project is going on, the benefits of the project will still go on despite the 5-year tenure that it's given. And impact is measured as we go along. So I guess when it's left now to private sector and government to manage on their own, and maybe the bank steps out of it after 5 years, it's supposed to be a self-sustaining model, and the beneficiaries should still continue to, if it's designed right, the beneficiaries should still continue to benefit from it. I hope I addressed everything and in a satisfactory manner. I'll stop here, Chair. Back to you.
Thank you very much. I think most of the questions, the concern raised have been addressed. If there's any, I think we can still raise them in the afternoon in the course of the discussion. So I think it will be better to stop here, yeah, and then we go for lunch and then we come back. Yeah, but once again, thank you very much, Monday, for your presentation. You pick up all the key elements, and then you skip those who needed to be skipped, and then you went straight to the main point. So very much useful. The bank has a very large experience in the continent that should really help in supporting the CAAPs, particularly in relation also with the compact that was signed during the Dakar 2 conference. As you also highlighted, the fact that you initially you wanted to go this regional dimension of the agro park, you had it in your plan, but you didn't pursue it. I think this is an opportunity. So we go in partner as a team, and then I think we can make it. There are challenges, but great opportunities. And as a team, I think will be a great achievement for the entire continent. So with this, let's prepare ourselves to go for lunch, and we come back here. It's 1:45. Let's say at 3, more or less, we went for lunch the same hour yesterday. Yeah, and we came at 3. Yeah, 1 hour lunch. So we start our work at 3 p.m. So once again, enjoy your meal. Bon appétit et à bientôt.
Thank you. Yes, thank you. My presentation will be short, maybe not sweet, and it's on a very simple ingredient, but very important ingredient to this CAAP and the whole concept of agropoles, agroparks, however you name it. As you will notice, there is a lot to bring into alignment for a successful implementation of the CAAP. You need to align institutions, you need to align activities, you need to align players, investment, stakeholders, and this alignment that cannot make sense if it doesn't happen into a specific site. Which means that if you miss the site, it doesn't matter whatever you do on those alignment, it doesn't matter whatever agreement you have, whatever legal framework you have. If you miss the site selection, everything comes down to nothing. So that's the structure of presentation is very simple. First, why do we have to care about site selection? What type of approach? What are the data requirements? Activities under this assignment, and of course, who we can bring into this to support. So in terms of rationale, first, this evidence-based site selection will require data and analytics. Why? Because we want the whole process, the whole CAAP process and similar process to be evidence-driven. We don't just want, the president call you in the middle of the night, can we have an agro parks in my village? I mean, that's, yeah, I mean, it will happen. So you need to have something to tell him, Mr. President, with all respect, that your village is not really, a good site for that. So we need that to be. So we use geospatial data and spatial analysis tool, using geographic information systems with and across countries. This is very important because what we will do is to move from countries, subnational provinces into grid cells, because we need to capture the spatial heterogeneity at the lowest possible level. Which will allow us to create that grid at the confluence between geography and food system. So we need to bring the two together. As I said, it reduces political interferences and non-market driven initiatives. Again, we said it has to be market, it has to be business driven. It's very important. And the highlight characteristics such that existing population centers, national, international transportation, and energy networks, it refines intervention targeting, and of course, forces country and regional coordination. When we have a site, it means that we need to make that site investment ready. Basically, we are moving from a country investment ready concept, which is difficult to attain, to a site investment ready. If we cannot do it at country level, can we do it at a smaller level, 10,000, 5,000 hectares of land? So that's the whole idea behind. As I said, what we do is to put together high resolution georeference databases. I'll go one by one, but then I'll give some details. First, accessibility. Is the site accessible? Now, it may be great site, but is it accessible? Accessible physical accessibility, but also in terms of input and output. You must be able to have access to input market from that site, and of course, access to output market as well. So that accessibility become very critical, and then accessibility also include the issue of the quality of transportation infrastructure as well. The topography, how is the site? Here, you know, I remember the DRC government said we have a site with 80,000 hectares. 80,000 hectares, that's 11 times the city of Paris, okay? Now, so we did a topographic analysis. Out of the 80,000, only 56,000 were arable lands. You know, so in your requirement, when we say 5,000 hectares of land, you must say 5,000 arable land. Because, you know, if it's a hill, sometimes there's nothing you can do on that hill. Even mechanization, for example, it's become very difficult to do. And when we did the you know, in-depth topographic analysis, we found that on the site, only 1,000 hectares could accommodate irrigation. So here you are, you went from 80,000 hectares down to 56, and now when it comes to irrigation, down to only 1,000. So it's very important. Next is the water of bodies. Is there a river, a lake, or whatever that is? Why? Because first, on irrigation, we need to use irrigation on this. Otherwise, we'll be burned with all the issue around climate change. But also, with water bodies, you can create waterways. And we did a simulation in the case of DRC. It costs 100 times less to circulate, to transport product using waterways than using roads. And if you do that, your competitivity just goes up to and of course, roads and railway networks. And the last one, not the least in this set, land use. We need to understand what is the land use. I mean, I remember in one of the provinces, in the province of Katanga, it's known for its mining. You know, here you are all pumped up, you want a site for agriculture, and then when you put the mining map and whatever agriculture map, they are all competing. And in DRC, mining rights superpose all the other rights. So you need to understand what is, like Providence said, you know, somebody suggests something and then just to find out that it was a reserve. I mean, you cannot do farming into a reserve. So having a layer of land use is very important. So what we do, we take all of this plus some other things that I will mention to come up with a typology of those sites. So now, what are the attributes? I have a list of them. First, the site size. It's very important. Anselm say that the requirement is what, 5,000? Is it, Anselm? The requirement. Of course, it depends. It depends on what exactly are you trying to do here. Because if it's vegetable or agricultural driven site, 5,000, it's a lot of land. But if it's cereals, then you might want to push it a little bit. But the size matters. It's very important. The second point here, attribute, the existence of a clear legal title. What we've learned and we are learning, if there is no land security, there is no investment. That's very important. And here, the land security is not only for the park itself, including the small-scale farmers that the park want to use as key suppliers of raw materials. So we need to make sure, because there is no, in many African countries, there is no market for land. The land belongs to the government. But then there is a whole process of securing land that varies from country to country. I know in DRC, if it's 2,000 hectares and less, the Minister of Land Affairs can issue the permit. But if it's more, the Parliament and then the President. So the first thing that I ask is there a legal title for land, and the next one has to do with a little or no population displacement to minimize transaction costs and uncertainty. Many of the sites that ongoing sites in Africa are having problem because of displacement, population displacement. You will have NGOs on your back when it comes to population displacement. So you need to make sure that the land will have little or no population displacement. So that's very important. I remember the site that I mentioned, 80,000 hectares in DRC, only 500 households were living there, families were living there. But even for that, NGOs were on the back of the government criticizing them for displacing. Actually, it was not even displacing. They were rearranging the place that there's 500, because 500 out of 500 villages on 8,000 hectares, that's a lot of room for rearrangement. But still, NGOs, and we know they were paid for who we know. Soil characteristics. This is very important because development of business plan, including implementation operations, makes no sense if it's not based on the knowledge of the soil structure. In South Africa, there are insurance companies who will never issue an insurance, farming insurance, if there is no proof of soil characteristics. Why? Because it means that you don't understand what you are doing. You don't understand. It's because the soil structure determine the type of your crop selection, determine the cultural methods, tillage, no tillage. How do you know if it's tillage and no tillage? And that's maybe a difference from 1 ton per hectare to 10 ton per hectare. But how do you know if you don't do that? And even the selection of equipment, the use of fertilizer. How much fertilizer do you need? It is based on soil characteristics. And I can tell you from experience that some of the national recommendations are nonsense. Let's apply this much kgs per hectare. Unless you show me soil characteristics, then, and yeah. Overall, favorable physical characteristics, here in terms of flooding, rivers, water quality, biodiversity, air quality, it's also important. That's because that's also very important why I think it's there is a good guideline from IFC on environmental, social and environmental studies. It's very important to have those. The next one is proximity of the proposed zone or site to existing public infrastructure facilities to minimize public off-site infrastructure development expenditure. It is very important, especially for the CAAP. This is the first round of those CAAPs. It is very important to provide and to select areas where there is existing public infrastructure. Physical expansion potential with no encroachment vis-a-vis urban centers and tribal communities. So yes, the criteria is 5,000 hectares, but is there a possibility of extension without creating any problem? Existing of land use plan that adhere to best practices, urban planning standard regarding population density and mixed use buffer zones that separate industrial park from commercial and residential areas. Existing of a zoning plan so that we know that this is the area where, the agro park can do its business. This is a residential area. It will be a disaster if after 5 years of implementation, some general or whoever His Excellency shows up, said, "Oh, I need to build my house right here." So these are the things that need to be considered. Existence of public or private construction of infrastructure. I mentioned this also, but more here, very important in terms of education and care to attract skilled workers. There will be a need for skilled workers in a variety of activities. So you need to make sure there is at least a vocational training somewhere nearby so that you don't have to, in quote, import labor, even if it's within the same country. So this is very, very important as well as we plan for this. The last set include potential for implementation of environmental protection technologies, storage, incineration areas, and provision of waste disposal, a refuse collection capacity. It's very important to allocate space for waste management. Effective and transparent legal, regulatory, and institutional framework to ensure the quality of the business environment inside a zone, including infrastructure provision and trade facilitation capacity. So yes, we are all working under the AFCFTA, but we need to make sure that within the parameters of that park, the same standard apply. So it's very important. And that's how you make a direct connection between, because at the end of the day, what the idea is tripling the intra-Africa trade. That's the goal, right? Commitment number 5 from the Malabo commitment. Existence of capacity to increase administrative, operational, and management efficiencies to lower cost vis-a-vis public sector counterparts. I know I'm not going to name. There are one park that is struggling in Africa because of lack of management capacity. It's just something that they have not been used to. They don't have the capacity to run it, but some of those appointments are politically driven and they are stuck. So that's very important. And of course, last not least, the existence of reliable source of energy. We heard someone saying that, oh, we will use generators to run milling, maize flour milling. Yeah, maybe it's good for the inauguration, the day of inauguration, but it's crazy because you are not going to be competitive using generator to run a maize milling facility. So you need a reliable source of energy. So those are the attributes. There might be more, but those that we think we will be using to do the assessment. We need to put them together. Sorry for a couple of formulas, but just to give you an idea that for each of the attributes, we need to come up with an indicators. You know what it is, the distance to it's a you know speed. It's a actual physical distance, and then how to move from indicators to actual score. So we need to score all the sites based on these indicators, and then they will rank based on individual indicators, but also we use an aggregate, because that's at the end of the day, we'll have to aggregate all the indicators. And that's the reason why we are proposing a weight assignment. Now, who's going to give the weight? I don't know. Somebody will have to decide which one of those attributes is more important, but it's because first not all of them has the same weight. So that's we need so we need to agree maybe between ourselves or maybe a higher level on which attribute has which weight, and of course all that will sum up to one. So that's how the some just basic examples. This is on harvest. You'll go to a country and say, okay, this is the average harvest yield in average yield for a specific crop. It doesn't make any sense, because if you go down to the grid cell level, in 1,000 or 10,000 hectares of land, you may have a huge variety discrepancies in terms of yield. I remember from the DRC side that I'm mentioning, on that 5,000 hectares, you could have 1 ton per hectare versus 4 ton per hectare. Same, that's 1,000 hectares. Now imagine a country, how diverse that will be. But often we do our most of our studies based on these national averages, which don't make sense as far as and then when you account for the climate change, change in temperature, change in my sister Elizabeth was complaining this morning about flooding that is happening in Uganda, where she's growing. So we see that the length of growing period is changing. So we need to take that into account when we do, and it varies across the continent and across the and then the road and power network. It is very important. I said in the beginning that the site selection process forces coordination even at country level, because it forces the Minister of Agriculture to listen to the Minister of Energy, to the Minister of Infrastructure, if we want all to achieve the same thing. It doesn't make any sense for you to go and put a power plant away from a processing unit. It just doesn't make any sense. So we will take that into account as well. So yeah, this is, it's the PIDA, right? It's going. So whatever planning we do, we need to make sure that we include this. And it's not only this is the highway or high-speed railway network. So if it's high speed, it means that if we connect to it, it will speed the circulation of goods and people, which is great, across the continent. So we cannot do without taking this into account. And then you have Presidential Infrastructure Champion Initiative. Yes, such a thing exists. So, and in a couple of countries here, you have Algeria, Senegal, Nigeria, DRC, Kenya, South Africa, Rwanda, Egypt. when we are planning for these sites selections, we need to make sure where it's happening so that we know if we can connect the site with this. Now, where to start, as I said, as recommended by PWC, let's start with green, with brown sites. And this is just, this is what ADB came up with in 2021. Again, why? And here you see, I said, let's go from site focus to site network focus. I know the plan is to select 10 sites, but can we instead select network of sites, based on some criteria? Because when you look at the map, there is potential to put together a couple of sites as regional or whatever we'll call them, instead of selecting one. And this also will solve the issue of cross-border, of transboundary, which doesn't have to be on the border, but still respond to the same standard. As I said, if we take the road of site network, it's mutualize key services and investment. The supranational entity should help overcome weak national governance. We'll leverage ongoing continental and regional infrastructure project, but still we can develop the concept of leading site. So we have a network of sites, but at least we have one site which has, based on the attributes, maybe can take the role of leading site. Yeah, this is the list of ADB. And again, thanks for Monday. We need to update this, but it'd be great if we can have access to the full list. So in terms of activities, we're hoping to, if we start in July, by January next year, we should have the complete report. These are activities. In terms of partnership, of course, FAO, UNIDO, UNECA, our own sister centers. We have to work with local university, think tank, and research centers. So this, we also look at it as a capacity building process. The local institutions will have to have the capacity to support their institutions instead of somebody coming from Vienna or from DC or from private companies with geospatial capability. There is one institution that we work with in this type of exercise, which is housed here in Vienna, the International Institute for Applied System Analysis. So I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think interesting presentation, eye-opener. Also in line with the comment made since yesterday with the networking approach, and also the presentation from Providence in the fact that countries are already considering a common park based on national park within the localization within the country, the boundaries, not within automatically on the borders. So this networking is very important. I think we'll have the opportunity to hear a bit more on this from the other colleagues. So with this, I will open the floor. We have more or less 10 to 15 minute interaction, contribution, input, questions are very much welcome. Thank you. Thank you again. Thank you again. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, John, I'll be the first one to start now. Not the second, for the first time. Thank you so much for a wonderful presentation. Yeah, much appreciated. I'll try to be to indicate exactly what I observed. I mean, first of all, when it comes to the geo mapping that you're doing, I mean, the one of the 4 criteria that you're using is land use. But to me, this is where I see clarification. Why we should care about land in the first place? Because if we adopted the integrated agro-industrial concept, or even the agropoles, it shouldn't matter. I mean, what you should care about is we needed to construct the agro park on 500 hectares, 1,000 hectares. This is what you should care about. Only the 100, the size of land that you needed to construct the factories, the enterprises. But when it comes to agricultural land, you know, as a matter of fact, you should not, one of your main criteria should have been to establish the agropole wherever there is sufficient supply of specific commodities. This is what I understand that UNIDO is doing in different models. So to me, we should, I mean, this is my humble suggestion, we should move out of the soil characteristics and and land use. This is the main criteria to me is, do we have sufficient supply of a specific strategic commodity in that land to establish agropole or not? So this is one thing. And the other thing is, as you know, here we're talking about CAAPs. I mean, the C refers to the common. I mean, assumedly, it's something between 2 countries. So I did not see any of your criteria that capture the regional dimension. Even though, if we're talking about the networking, which is a new concept to us, so there should be one of those criteria that mention the potential to have networking between the existing agropoles. Like take the example of Zambia and Zimbabwe. I mean, on both sides, there's more or less, if I'm not mistaken, there's like 6 existing agropoles. None of them should be considered as qualified to be part of this common Zambia-Zimbabwe. But we should come up with a criteria that capture this regional dimension or potential to have networking between those existing ones. So again, I will look at it. I mean, to me, I will never dare to assess specific site. Rather, I will do it in a relative manner. I will assess that site as compared to that site. And even if we still taking the broad concept of common, then I will take some sites in the Zambia side as vis-a-vis other sites in Zimbabwe. So at the end, I'm not assessing one site. No, I'm assessing the potential among 5 or 6 sites to identify the potential or the best site to have a common one on it. I mean, but of course, this is only if we go to the concept of one common site between 2 or 3 countries. So the other thing is land ownership. We said it is very much important. It's extremely important, and this is why it has to be one of your layers in the geomapping. I mean, this is something that we're doing at the moment in ACA, that we're doing something called land mapping. It's a kind of software or online application you get into. So you can choose which site is good for you as an investor, knowing the 4 characteristics, the agroecological zones, the land tenure, and demographic. Demographic is as well as an important factor, especially if you are oriented to the domestic market. And the other thing is, I would imagine that one of your criteria as well is proximity to corridors. So if we're talking about regional, so this should be captured as well. So if you have 2 sites, one of them in southern country and the other one is in up north there, I will choose the one that is, I will give priority to the one that is near or close to the corridor. So yeah, I mean, I will stop by now, and maybe I can come up with another round. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much, Medad, for this comment. Probably I will request at a certain point in time if the UNIDO Agri team here, Andrew or Dejen, could share the experience in site identification done so far in the different locations. It's true that generally when we do presentation, we just mention this, but there's a lot of work ongoing in the selection. Probably if we can highlight before the presentation we have that we made probably tomorrow. Yeah, if you can probably highlight some point to say that it's not so a simple exercise, it's a complex exercise that we should be mindful of that. At some point in time, I'm not saying just now, if you can think about that. Anything. So if someone else has some comment to make some contribution, any input, colleague online? Okay, I see no other hand. Okay, if probably you can just highlight, because this is critical. And in the meeting with COMESA, the CAAP, we brought it forward many times. Yeah, is a critical point. Yeah, and you can take the floor, please.
Thank you, Victor, and thank you, John, for a very inspiring presentation. It was very good, I think. We all agree, I think the criteria for selection of a site is very clear. I think we use more or less the same criteria, except we include a bit of institutional presence, whether it market presence and so on, but the infrastructure, the agriculture potential, that's important, not necessarily on the existing crops, but the potential to grow more diverse crops is important. What we used, I think tomorrow probably I will go a little bit more in detail. It'll take about 10 minutes to present how we do the selection of a site and the location. That is slightly different. I think what Medhat mentioned is first selection of the site in general that means the catchment area, what we call agricultural crops procurement zone. SCPZs is one area. It can be 150 to 200 kilometers from the center, from the hub in terms of radius. But then, because the more complicated part is a selection of the actual site for the central processing unit or the central processing hub. There are two ways. The application of the geospatial data application applies more for the corridor selection or the crop processing zone selection. As mentioned by Medhat also, it is extremely difficult in some cases to go every square meter or every 200 square meter of land and identify the soil characteristics and the water availability and so on before we go into it. But we select the corridor, let's say. The selection of the corridor is relatively easier based on the NASA data. Up to now, what we use is buy a license from NASA with $40,000 to $50,000, and then they will give you access for a couple of weeks so that you can overlap or transpose all kind of data from crop productivity into soil, water, forest, and roads, power grids, and so on. All this can be easily available and then can be mapped, and then as we discussed, it will be used for evidence-based selection of the corridor, and that you avoid any complication, political or other regional interests. But then you go into the site. That is more tricky. That's where it takes quite a lot of time. So it depends on the people which will be affected by the development of the park, the water, the wastewater treatment plant, and then closer institutions, access road, whether it's off-site roads, and the cost for developing the land. That varies also on the topography and also other issues. With that one, you zoom into the actual place, and then you go into more in depth of soil test for construction purpose and so on. That also changes even move the selection within even the site. So that is, and also helps for zoning and so on. That is easier. The most important thing is that you have to have a place where you don't construct, because we don't construct all the park in one go. It's not possible. You do only the horizontal infrastructure, you develop the land, simple. And then the construction of the factories is done by the individual enterprises, which the government will not, let's say, build a factory for a dairy factory or for a fruit or oil factory. That is, they have different specifications and different designs, and that is done by the factories themselves. But then, since it is modular, the potential for expansion is extremely, extremely important. And this decision making on the site is also, with all this data, with all this weights for each criteria, is very tricky. And also is important because the government might decide, look, we have a very big, let's say, park, another park in this area, or there is a big development plan in this area. And then we know that there is a big road coming on this side, an East African highway or West African highway. We have to once, so we want to have a developed area here between the two. This decision overrules all the other criteria, for a lot of reasons. So all this statistics, all this formula or calculation becomes important, but it's also the decision is based on that one. We give you an example of one of the parks in Ethiopia, in Yirgala. It is between Hawassa, one of the biggest parks in Ethiopia, which is in the textile and leather park, which is a huge one. And then we put a park about 40 kilometers away from there, mainly for political reasons. Regional equity by the central government or federal government, but also as part of their long-term urban development plan. So you have a big city center, Hawassa, and then you have a second one, which we were involved with, Yirgala. Between these two parks, since we started working in 2010 there, up to now, the price of the land between these two places is about 100 times more. That is excluding the area around the park only. The park around that probably it has gone probably more than 1,000 times. The per square meter, the land was less than 10 birr when we established the park in Hawassa. Is now more than 10,000. Yeah. So because, and the business has flourished, they started small coffee shops and then start small bars and then a lot of activities around the park. Now it's completely different. So this is again a part of the plan of the government to develop this corridor. So the park development is not only the infrastructure part. We have to look at it as a rural development plan, or let's say urban development plan of the government. So if we look at it that way, all these criteria are important, but then the discussions and negotiations of government, it gets more and more complicated beyond the political decision, personal decision. They say, this is my father's land, please develop it here, is there. Or the region says, look, why do you put this park here? You pass my region and jump and put the park there. Oh, these are a lot of discussions. So this is, yesterday I mentioned that it takes quite a long time to decide on where you put the park, because you have to take a lot of consideration. But it's always a big weapon for us to have this information technically, so that the two or the different authorities have different ways of discussion. It's not only based on political influence. So this is a very tricky part. Probably tomorrow I will go deep into into how we did it in one of the parks, so that to just validate what John has presented. The other thing is also now there is a new initiative. Probably I have just briefly talked with John. There is what they call hand-in-hand initiative in FAO. FAO, as you know, have all this kind of agricultural data for practically all parts of the world. The time series data plus soil data, information on environment, degradation, biodiversity, I don't know, whatever, which are also important. We have also to consider. So the hand, probably you can tell us a lot on that one. The hand-in-hand initiative, now we are working with FAO. They have a very similar approach, but they have also the socio-economic data on that part of the world. And then they have, I was just trying to look at it, they have more than 1 million data sets to overlap, to take into consideration and use it for selection of the hand-in-hand initiative. And now the trick comes now here. As I said, I have the best data. Kofi, you didn't hear me, so just but then these hand-in-hand initiatives, countries were selected also with other other criteria of the management of the organization, the leaders of the country, and so on. But it is always good to have all this information. That is just a few. Tomorrow I will go a little bit deeper into this one.
Okay, good. I think just to highlight the fact that it's not a simple issue. It's a big, and then if we miss it, we miss the whole thing. And it's also in terms of the timing of the duration of construction. Sorry, okay. The duration of the park, this aspect, if we manage it as quick as possible, the other are more technical aspect. So I just wanted to bring it at the same time now that we have these issues, so that we make a link. It's not simple, but it's feasible. But it is a process. So with this, I see no other hands. So okay, Ansem, okay. You can press your hand.
I first want to tell John that you can still build the CAAP in the village of the president. It can still happen. Okay, so actually this discussion is supposed to be leading us into the critical activity that we need to reflect in our proposal. And I'm not sure I have captured it well. I saw the plan on the last slide that showed that everything will be finished by next January. Is it like that in your plan? Your plan in the last slide. Okay, the way we see this exercise should be a continuous exercise anyway, because it will be covering every phase, all the 4 phases, of the CAAP demonstration project. So let's see how we clarify the activity that need to be run from now and reflect it in the overall proposal, because we don't want to have 2 proposals like we discussed earlier. We want to have them all of them in one proposal. So that I think Andrew will be working tonight in finalizing the proposal. So let's make sure that we have a list of all the critical activity, and we decide how it can be reflected in the proposal for us to have one big proposal. So that's my honor in the major committee.
Yes, quick on that. Site selection is just one step. You do the selection and then do the feasibility. So the feasibility itself is much longer than that, and we will include into that. Just quickly on the Medan, thank you for the issue, some of this, but just quickly on land use. Do we need a land use layer? Absolutely. The land is an asset with conflicting uses. Urban planning, mining, as I said, forestry, reserve. All those activities are competing for the same plot of land. Even if you need just a place to position your milling, whatever, you need to know if that place is not taken. Absolutely. So you need. I mean, that's for me. If you go to a country and there is a zoning plan, that's the ideal. even agriculture, how we call it. I forgot the cadastre from English. Cadastre. I mean, if you go to a country and there is a cadastre with all this, so you have the mining, you have the agriculture, you have the forestry, that's ideal. At least you know that somebody has already made the decision. This is where you're supposed to be doing farming or whatever. So that's critical. That's a critical piece of information. Now, on the issue of decoupling the supply of raw materials, production, and the processing, my take is it depends. In country like DRC, when you have the luxury of having 100,000 hectares of land, you can put the two. You have enough room to do production of all kinds of things. And then at the same place, you have the processing. In Ethiopia, I understand, land may be an issue. Then you need to rely more on small scale farmers, which may be a bit far from, so you have only the processing. But even that, before you go and implement that processing unit, you need to make sure where the supply will be coming from. I mean, many of these processing and agro parks are stuck because the decision was made that, okay, let's just focus on the processing unit and somehow the raw material will come. And then it didn't come, and we hear people importing whatever from Germany. That's for it. I mean, we need to do both, even if for land availability or whatever format we take, those two activities may be happening in different places, but we need to make sure that when we assess that we know that if somebody said that he will supply mango, actually there is a potential for mango production in that area. So that's what I'm saying. There is no regional criteria here. It's because I think we need first to assess individual sites. As we understand, there won't be any cross-boundary sites, a site that's sitting there in between two countries. So we need to, there will be individual sites on one side of the border and or the other side. So we need to make sure, are these sites reliable candidates to be part of the common agro park? It's very important. But we can come up with new sites. But I think the approach was, let's start with brown sites. But in some other countries, we can have new sites that maybe fit that's criteria. And indeed, the sites are compared relative to, if you see my little formula, we are comparing sites with respect to each other. So we are not saying that there is a perfect site. No, we are saying that this site here compared to this one is much better in this particular attributes. So it's a relative comparison. On the corridor, again, it all depends on, I mean, my take is, if we lay out the network of transportation, network of road, network of energy, we should know where to put that site and then the rest is just a matter of linking the two. If we say, like, between Zambia and Zimbabwe, one of them has the highest potential in maize production, maybe the other must be focusing on oil production. I was telling somebody over the lunch that in DRC, Zambia, they have built a milling facility on the border with DRC, on the border in Katanga province. Why? DRC Congolese, they like to eat the fufu, and they are not looking for grain, maize grain. They're looking for flour, and there is no production, maize production along the border. The maize production is happening, but they understood that if we put that milling facility on the border, that's business right there. It's like it's in the DRC. So those decisions will be made based on all these attributes. And that's what will the private sector come? The private sector will need signals. And for me, corridor or not corridor, it has to be a business decision. Thank you.
Very much for this additional clarification. I think all this will be useful, particularly when we will concretely undertake this identification, this localization, and then we see practically how we move towards in the decision-making process. But it's always good to be aware of what it takes, yeah, in establishing, in selecting a site. Localization is key, knowing that it's not when we put some figures, some budget, we know that okay, there's some action to be undertaken to come up with a very viable site. So good information. So now I think I see no other hands. I think that there's this concerning the second presentation from
just a quick one.
Yes,
Chair.
okay. Temba, you can take the floor.
Yeah, just a quick one, because there's something that's a bit troubling me. To say to what extent or at what stage do we want to confirm some land availability that can then be taken through some processes to confirm the things that my brother John is talking about? Because remember, in most, as probably there was a discussion about the need to harmonize land access issues. You'll go to countries where land is wholly government owned. You go to countries where there's pieces of land that belong to municipalities. There's pieces of land that belong to the national government. But even though that piece of land could be made available, let's say by a municipality, it will only be after it has been handed over to whomsoever authority that things such as EIAs can now be done. Because you would not want to put money to do EIAs on the land that has not even been offered for such kind of a project. So I'm trying to therefore get to that, to say in guiding member states as in the context of this project, what is it that therefore would like them to present? Because remember, we're saying for member states that want to participate in the CAAPs program, the basic requirements that needs to meet, and part of those requirements could be availability of land to pursue the project. It might be that that land has not necessarily undergone any EIA or such kind of thing. So I'm not sure whether I'm complicating the discussions, but as I said, it's a bit troubling me, and I thought maybe since I cannot participate in the wine drinking session to get further clarity, let me just ask now.
I think it's a good question. Always good question from Timber. So I will probably John may react on this, and also probably bring our colleague from Agri Department based on the experience. Yeah, I know that in principle. Okay, let me not remain as a facilitator because I have a tendency to go to other as an actor.
But I mean, this is a question open to all. We should not be in the position now to be looking at those sites. This should have been the assignment of each member state, that they have already a database of sites that they have done some preliminary studies on, all the preliminary stuff that need to be done. And then they said, okay, for us, you know, we did same work in DRC, for example. I saw Monday when she presented that ADB will be working on a site called Ngandajika. That is part of a database that we helped put together back in 2013 for the DRC. So the country today has more than 25 sites that can potentially be of use when it comes to this type of program. So that process should have been internal process. But now we are faced of, the CAAP came, there is no way of knowing if that process has taken place. So what we are doing now is just to make sure that, because maybe some of the sites will, click all the boxes, check all the boxes, which will be wonderful. But so that's where we are now. But going forward, it's something that we need to communicate to countries. Don't wait for CAAP for you to have a databases of sites that can be used for this type of initiative. That process should have started. I don't know if FAO can support that process, UNIDO, and all of that. So that database should always exist somewhere. Unfortunately, now we have to kind of go back and make sure that it's out there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, John, for this information. Goodwin.
Sure. So yeah. So based on our experience, so what we seem to be talking now is even about a pre-feasibility study, because let's say the activities that we're speaking about right now would fall under the rubric of a pre-feasibility study. And generally, just to say, I mean, just to back up what John has said, is that's generally been the experience as well, as already the member states will already have narrowed down, will have a good idea already of certain areas that need to be, let's say, that need to be analyzed, let's say. So already part of that work is guided by our member states. That's always, of course, the first port of call is our member states for that guidance, and then we go in at that point with the further stuff as we've just discussed. Thanks.
If I say that, thank you very much. Good that you are also here. If I say that the pre-feasibility study should include the assessment of the site, that means so that we enter in the feasibility with a site already determined. Is it correct?
The pre-feasibility includes the selection of the site. Is that what you asked? Yes. Yes. Yes.
Yeah, thank you. I remember this is what was included in the pre-feasibility study between Zambia and Zimbabwe as well. But of course, we know much in details, because at that moment you can't tell whether this is going to be conducted in Zambia or in Zimbabwe or on the border, but it should be, yes.
Can we be part of the conversation, facilitator?
Sorry.
Confidential.
Yeah, no, the pre-feasibility study will identify an overall area, or let's say location, a corridor, let's say. And then during the feasibility study, the first step is to identify the exact location where the plus minus, let's say, 1 kilometer radius or so. The APC, yeah. The APC and the associated other infrastructures, the transformation centers, if there are any, the collection centers, and so on. And they also connect the locations of the other infrastructure like storage facilities and so on with the cooperatives and so on. All this real identification of geographic coordinates comes during the feasibility study, the first stage of the feasibility study, because it has cost implication on the amount of money required to build the foundation, for example, depends on the soil type and so on.
Okay, Temba, I don't know if we correctly address your question.
No, it does, Chair, because it also helps me to get you to answer the questions that I had asked earlier, even yesterday, to say to what extent, where do we say we have now meet basic minimum requirements to consider a particular proposal or initiative by certain member states as being within parameters of what CAAPs can be able to consider to adopt as one of the CAAPs initiatives. Because I was actually asking myself, okay, we're discussing this potential cross-border, let's say, between Ghana and Ivory Coast, but when do we get to say we believe now we have met these basic requirements for the project, other than what it intends to do, which we all agree it will be within the objectives of CAAPs, but as a steering committee or as a team, we should be able to say, here are the tick boxes that we need to consider for us to be able to say, now we have this initiative that can be adopted and be presented, which in the main, it's about how do we therefore mobilize the finances to support the project, because it is now one of the CAAPs initiative, or it meets the CAAPs requirements. That's the reason why partly I was asking the question, Chair.
Good. So thank you very much. That means we have to be not only to encourage countries to have this database, more or less, to build this database, we be part of accelerating the process. I don't know if such a criteria is included among the, it would not be too restrictive. I don't know. Leave it to the team. I don't know if you understand what I mean. To be part of the CAAP project, cross-border, you must already have identified some sites, things like that. I don't know if it's restrictive or not. Just a question.
Set of criteria that I presented yesterday for a project itself to be qualified as CAAP demonstration project. And I think as part of the criteria, I don't see anything specific on the site. You know, it's more about appreciating whether this can be taken as joint project or not. And now I think the issue of the choice of the location should be part of the next step, not part of the criteria. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, we have to encourage countries to build a database at least. Yeah, should be part of it. Okay.
I think, in my opinion, probably I think if IFPRI can take the lead in this one, in my opinion, try to map out the potential areas, and then it's much easier later, because I don't think each country will have enough resources and databases to do this one. I think it should be done by IFPRI, in my opinion. So IFPRI gives us an overall coordination of, let's say, 100 kilometers or 200 kilometers radius of area for each region, potential areas, 3, 4, and then it is easy with one validation workshop or meeting on consultation with member states. We can zoom into 1 or 2, and then zoom into this one. I think this is the best approach. So this is, for example, the first step. We don't need any other thing now to start with this one. We can immediately start this way.
Okay, good. Yeah.
And this becomes a very, very important milestone in communicating to the donors and to member states. That's important.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you. Actually, building on what Anselm just said, may I suggest that, and this goes back to the Timber question as well, to convert the 7 criteria of choosing the projects, to have out of them site selection criteria as well, to capture the CAAP dimension into the excellent criteria that were developed by IFPRI. So otherwise, it's going to end up that we're choosing site and selection, or we're choosing sites internally or like void of the CAAP thing. This is the first this is the first thing, but sorry, I mean, I had another point, but I forgot it, so I may come back. Yes, thank you.
There needs to have a mapping, yeah. But at the same time, we should also include it in the project, yeah. I think is more or less the basic, is the prerequisite, and the issue of selection of site coming probably not the criteria per se after the analysis, during the feasibility, the analysis, the studies, and they probably can remain. We cannot probably decide everything now. Yes, you.
Yeah, if you don't mind, I just remembered the second point, which is I wish every mapping as well to include the brownfield, the existing ones, because yes, exactly. As long as we're talking about the networking of existing ones, this is going to save us a lot of time. So with this one, the first phase is not going to cost us more than $500,000, and instead of 5 million, I mean, more or less, of course. Thank you.
I see you are all looking up, but we did not hear what the chair was saying.
No, I'm sorry. So that I'm taking part of the discussion as if I have to remain facilitator so that I do not really engage on these things, yeah, because I confuse myself. They are dragging me from Africa to agribusiness thing. Yeah. Okay, no, I was just saying that we mentioned about the mapping. This should be something that needs to be undertaken. Yeah, but we have to include it in the program, in the project also. Yeah, because it will facilitate the work downstream. Yeah, and then the second thing was about the criteria, including the selection of the site in the criteria. Probably could be restrictive. Everybody we can leave it to the next step, yeah, to the pre-feasibility and the feasibility and so forth. That's the second. The third thing that was mentioned, we consider the brownfield and the greenfield, yeah, and then John said that if AFDB accept to release, and then I was saying that okay, the decision probably cannot be, probably there could be a formal communication with AFDB when they are part of the CAAPs things and the thing. But Monday can still say something on this. I think she may have touched a bit during her presentation. Yeah, she highlighted the willingness to move forward, joining the regional dimension of the special agricultural processing zone. So as a partner is also a contribution, a very substantial contribution of the AFDB. We used to say is a contribution in kind. Yes, okay, good. So I give the floor at the same time to Monday. Great.
Chair, I was just agreeing with you. I was doing a thumbs up. I did touch on it, and yeah, that would be the value that would be bringing to the table as a partner of the CAAP.
That's great. That's great. That's a good point. Thank you very much. One more.
My pleasure.
So it's
before the president. Can I just come in, Chair?
Yeah, you take the floor, but we also have our farmers. Yeah.
Yes, that's why I'm saying. That's why I'm saying the president. That's why I'm calling the president.
Okay.
Is the farmer? Yes.
Go ahead.
Yes. Earlier on, we said the pre-feasibility study must include site selection. I think that was agreed. So when we talk about site selection, we're not putting another element, or let's say 8 element or something, but we're saying as part of one of the elements in the criteria, which is about the pre-feasibility, that therefore it should be able to include the issues around site selection. It might not include work such as EIAs or whatever done on that site selection, but at least there must be confirmation, because my worry, Chair, and we actually somewhere talk about issues of ownership of the project, because my worry is we will end up having to go to an extent of treating this as CAAPs or as steering committee projects, as opposed to member states driven projects, which they would have to bring them to a particular level for the CAAPs steering committee to consider whether to put the resources or not on them. And in putting those resources, we should be able to satisfy ourselves that those basic minimum requirements have been met for us to be able to do that. That's my last point on the issue, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. If I understand very well, do you mean that the actual criteria already include, through the highlighting of the necessity of the pre-feasibility, the issue of the location, the site selection?
I was just recapping on the earlier discussion, because I think there was an indication that pre-feasibility, or should I say feasibility, must include the site selection. So I'm just saying that it may not be that in that site work has been done to determine issues of EIAs, or whether there's a water license, a water use license or not, but at least there must be an identified site that could be considered for this type of a project, on the basis of whatever competitive or comparative advantage that it may have to help us promote integration at the regional level. Thanks.
Correct. Okay, so we are on the same understanding.
Just to say on the way forward. I think the best thing is to start already working on this activity as soon as possible. With the FAO, you need IFPRI, under the leadership of IFPRI, we can start working on this one and identify as many potential corridors as possible, and then bring it to, say, in a couple of weeks or months to come up with, let's say, these are the potential areas, and then we zoom down into smaller, depending, again, now applying the criteria further, changing the weights, we come up with the potential areas. I think this is good. For that, I think, and then I think ECA also should be there, so mostly from the socio-economic aspect, and then the long-term plan strategy of the continent's industrial development, probably, also from policy point of view. So four of us can work together with, of course, AUC.
With AFDB bringing also
FDB, yes.
Okay, anyway, okay, fine. I think we are more or less on the same point here. The mapping has to be done upfront. We have to wait, but in terms of the budgeting in the project, at least it has to be there, yeah. Because we have to fund this exercise in any case, yeah. So we have to fund, unless one of the partner or some of the partner already have available resources there for this kind of work, so that we can start it upfront, yeah, without even waiting. But this is the prerequisite. Yeah, we need to do this to facilitate the entire work downstream there. Yeah. Okay, good. So the point is
just a quick question.
I think we don't wait until we get financial resources. We can start with our own human resources. For example, if John leads the process, we can have from our side, we can have 1% 50% of his time, or 1% full time to work with John to coordinate this stuff, so that we move. In the meantime, trying to find some resources.
The meeting is recorded. Yeah, I know that is noted. Yeah, it's important. Yeah. I think you will have, even if this information was available, I think the CAAP would have been a bit further for advance. So good. So
a proposal from my side.
What I wanted to ask Victor, the proposal from Dejan there, is this all over, or are we starting with our two potential pilots right now, Zimzam and Ghana, Cote d'Ivoire, or is this an overall CAAP?
This is overall. It's a continental exercise.
Okay. The whole thing, not starting
the
with
whole
the first two
mapping
necessarily.
Yeah, on the continent, because it has to be there. It's be useful. Yeah. Thank you very much on that. Yes.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, and thank you, John, for the presentation. Mine is a comment in a question that we might not respond to now, but maybe on Friday we'll have enough time to respond to it after the presentation on resource mobilization. But I was looking at the financing arrangement. I don't know whether I missed it maybe in some of the previous meetings, based on the presentation that John has made on and the contribution that is needed from the member states that are going to host these camps. Because when you look at, for example, the pre-feasibility, the feasibility study, the mapping and all that, there's a lot of support that is needed from the host states. So I don't know what kind of financing arrangement we are looking at, whether it is going to be co-funding and the contribution that is required from the member states. Maybe we need to engage them more and see what potential they have and the kind of contribution they're able to make on the CAAPs, and then that will also guide us in terms of how much resources maybe we need to allocate for some of the projects. They might not, all of them might not need like a uniform envelope based on the contributions that the member states are able to allocate for those kind of projects. It's just a comment. Maybe we can respond to it on Friday. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so I was just saying that we take note. The session on the resource mobilization will be addressed, because the earlier we involve the member state also to inform them of all this exercise and the requirement, all the different points, as the Timber was saying, will be helpful. Yeah, so that in terms of what they could be prepared, some may be already ready or the others and so forth. But in terms of the sensitization, it's part of the sensitization also. Yeah, with giving them clear expected requirement. What do we expect for, so that they can start preparing internally? So this, okay.
Yeah. Chair, and also for ownership purposes, because these initiatives should be driven by the member states, and AUC and all the partners should be like, you know, facilitating the process. Yes, we are assisting the member states to mobilize more resources, but it should be led by them. Yeah, and you know, we need to start early enough for them to, you know, to continue to start the mobilization at the national level, because they need to discuss this in their national programs. Thank you.
Okay, fine. Go ahead.
Yeah, actually, this question leads us to the burden issue of champions, because, you know, we're supposed to be having private champions, and we're supposed to be having champions from heads of the state as well. So it's very, I don't know how far we are in this process. This is one. And second, I like it what Andrew said in terms of doing the mapping. Of course, if the resources allows, it would be better to do about mapping for the 54 African countries, either speaking. Of course, to have a better understanding of what should be the best 8 out of those. This is ideal.
Yeah.
But of course, if this is assuming that resources available, otherwise maybe we should come up with a priority criteria as which country can start doing the mapping. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. As also it was mentioned here, is a continuous exercise. So we have to really target the entire continent, the 54. Okay, depending where we are here in the UN, it's 54 countries. When we go in the continent, it's 55 countries. Yeah, so we have, if I more or less to say, the entire continent, because it's something that will be useful throughout the process. and then we cannot do it over all the country over. So step by step, depending on the source available, because it's a critical input for the whole CAAPs process. Okay, with this, I see that more or less we have reached a point where we completed, we finalized, we completed the conversation. At this for this time, we continue, but the point has been noted, well noted as an action to be taken forward. So there's I don't know if we now go to FAO or we give IFPRI the opportunity to go into the concept of establishing a comprehensive database. Is it still planned? Because, yeah.
Okay.
So
we come back to you, right? On this.
Yeah, come back, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, FO, because I also understood about the hand-in-hand initiative. So we have been okay. Now we will give. Thank you very much for this rich conversation that help us to see more clearly on what we are engaging and the way forward. I'm sure that FAO as the one with the mandate within the UN, we work by a mandate. The one who has the mandate, we just follow him. Yeah, he's the one. Whatever I say, we just follow. Even we go to the bush, we go together to the bush. So now on, we know that we all know the expertise of FAO on this area. It will be very enlightening. So you have the floor, Kofi. Thank you very much. Break also, huh? The coffee break.
Okay. Huh? Yeah, best quality. It's a standard, huh? Right?
Colleagues, it was agreed that we take a break. It's true that the decision has not been so much democratic because our online colleagues didn't participate in the decision. Yeah. So please, we take a break quickly, 10 minutes, and then we come back because it's another food year. We have to be ready. The FAO geospatial platform. Yeah. It's a continuation in the discussion. Thank you very much. Okay. Good afternoon. We are back. So, how we said, we go directly with FAO on the geospatial platform for decision support. And our colleague has 20 minutes, and then we open the floor for discussion. So without further delay, my dear Kofi, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you very much. Colleagues, good afternoon. I have the pleasure to share with you the FAO Geo special platform. And this platform was developed to support the FAO hand-in-hand initiative. My slides are not flipping. Wow. No. Which one?
Can you use,
Yeah. Yeah.
Can you use this one? This one. This one.
But
What
it's
is
not,
enter?
still is not,
Oh, no,
this is
seems
no
like
move.
not connected.
So
Maybe it's good to
is just an introductory because I was not able to mobilize the technical expert who's in charge of the platform. So I'll just go over it and these capacities or capabilities and share also some of the contacts that anyone interested can use. But the Hand in Hand initiative was launched in 2019. It is a flagship of FAO and one of its core priority program area. The initiative support the implementation of nationally led ambitious programs to accelerate agri-food systems transformation. It also uses advanced geospatial modeling and analytics, as well as robust partnership building approach to accelerate the market-based transformation of agri-food systems. The initiative prioritizes countries and territories where poverty and hunger are highest, national capacities are limited, and all operational difficulties are greatest due to natural or man-made crisis. So now coming to the geospatial platform. The platform brings together geospatial and statistical data for more targeted agricultural interventions. The platform is a public good that help analyze and compare data on food and agriculture. The idea is so that interventions can be more targeted to reduce poverty, hunger, and increase economic development. The platform leverages data and technology as essential enabling tools for the efficient and sustainable use of our Earth natural resources. It also unlocks a world of information that can be applied to sustainable development, interventions, early warning system, and natural resource management. And here you can see the highlights of over 2 million of data layers are used from different domains and sources. The platform is developed to serve users to produce data, maps, or create compelling impact stories. So all of this is used from remote sense geospatial data and to statistical time series. Let me mention that in mid-2022, the platform was recognized as the best collaborative platform toward data-driven agriculture, winning the World Excellence Award of Geospatial World Forum in 2022. Now, if you go to the website of the platform, this is what you see. And on top there, that is the link of the platform. What I will do is at one point, after maybe 1 or 2 slides, I will play a video that describes the capabilities of the platform. So this platform has a global, has a global application. So as you can see on the map, those are where there are dots. Those are the countries covered by the Hand in Hand initiative and where the platform have been used to target interventions in terms of investment in agriculture. So as of January this year, the initiative supports 60 countries globally, in almost all the continent, Africa, Asia Pacific, Latin America, and Caribbean, Near East and North Africa. Okay, in the Africa region, and this refers to the sub-Saharan Africa, it doesn't include North Africa. 33 countries are covered through the initiative. And so far, I would say up to last year, FAO invested close to 5 million through our technical cooperation projects in supporting 15 member countries to catalyze investment. So again, under the slide, you can see that's the list of the 33 countries that are covered through the initiative and where the platform has been used to identify intervention areas. So let me see how I can get out of the sharing. Somebody help me here. Escape, okay. Escape. No, I have to get out completely of the sharing because I already, okay. Because I already opened it's a different file which I've opened. Yeah, it's where. No, I don't. Yeah, okay. No. So again, here I will play this. Oh, it's not shared yet. Yeah, okay. Let me see. This is not showing. Okay. Yeah. No, play. Sorry. The audio is not very strong. Let's work on that and see.
To accelerate agricultural transformation and sustainable.
Why people are not hearing?
Is an evidence-based, country-led, and country-owned initiative of the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations to accelerate agricultural transformation and sustainable rural development, to eradicate poverty and end hunger and all forms of malnutrition. Hand in Hand has brought together FAO experts from across multiple domains, from animal health to trade and markets, resulting in a collaboration of over 20 units. The data has been sourced not only from inside FAO, but also from our partners, as well as public data providers from across the UN, NGOs, private sector, and space agencies. So far, we've assembled over 1 million geospatial layers and thousands of statistic series with 4,000 metadata records. One example of the data sources used is the Water Productivity Open Access Portal, WAPR, from Aquastat, which uses remote sensing technologies to monitor and report on agricultural water productivity. This includes agricultural systems at risk, such as human pressure on land and water, and information on irrigation areas around the world, also made available through FAO's Water Productivity Open Access Portal. Integration of geospatial data from the Gridded Livestock in the World database, GLW, and Empress I. This allows you to compare human population density to distribution of cattle from GLW and Rift Valley fever disease events from Empress-I. Access GLW data to compare the distribution of cattle on the left to chickens on the right. This allows you to easily compare livestock density between two species. Data on aggregated global production is made available from FAOSTAT. FAOSTAT provides free access to food and agriculture data for over 245 countries and territories and covers all FAO regional groups, from 1961 to the most recent year available. Integration with GAZ and MapSpam provide disaggregated crop production data, allowing you to view maize production in 2010, using GAZ and MapSpam for disaggregated data on your left, and FAOSTAT national data on your right.
Access fisheries and aquaculture geospatial information, such as aquatic species distribution, which allow, for example, to predict the extent of fisheries exploiting Caribbean rough shark in red or the Caribbean reef octopus in yellow.
The GSOC map is the first global soil organic carbon map ever produced through a consultative and participatory process involving member countries. The Global Soil Partnership then gathered all national maps to produce the final product.
Information from national forest monitoring systems has been integrated to visualize distribution of forest resources with other geospatial data, such as the road network. This allows separation of undisturbed areas that have high conservation value from accessible areas that are more suitable for restoration or production. Adding geospatial information on further indicators, such as change in forest cover, will support also monitoring of progress towards the SDG 15, Life on Land.
The platform includes integration with data from other organizations, such as the World Wildlife Fund. Here you can view ecoregions. Integration with World Bank data also provides access to many new data sets and information. For example, the Global Roads Inventory Project, which is a harmonized global dataset of approximately 60 geospatial datasets on road infrastructure. View changes in infrastructure services from 2008 to 2019. For example, stable lights. The platform also makes available climate data, such as precipitation trend analysis. This is made available from Climate Hazards Group infrared precipitation with station data, 0.05 degree resolution satellite imagery with in situ station data to create gridded rainfall time series for trend analysis and seasonal drought monitoring. Last but not least, you can view the crop phenology grid data from the Agricultural Stress Index System. This is FAO's Global Agricultural Drought Monitoring and Early Warning System, which simulates the analysis of remote sensing experts and simplifies the interpretation of satellite data for a broader audience. Next steps for Hand in Hand. The initiative aims to bring together the most sophisticated tools available, including advanced geospatial modeling and analytics, to identify the biggest opportunities to raise the incomes and reduce inequities and vulnerabilities of rural populations, who constitute the vast majority of the world's poor. The team is currently working on integrating new datasets and creating country and domain-specific evidence-based case studies to improve targeting and tailoring of policy interventions, innovation, finance and investment, and institutional reform.
Okay, so that is the video on the capabilities of the platform. If time allows, I want to just share a few examples of how it has been used in the Hand in Hand initiative. Again, as I mentioned, there are 33 countries mentioned covered so far. Here, the platform has been used to prepare this typology for example, for Ethiopia. And currently it is supporting, the initiative is supporting, sorry. Oh, I have to share. Sorry. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So through the initiative, the support investment in the area of Balbula, for those who knows Ethiopia very well, and the Sidama, these investment opportunities are targeting those areas have been supported. So this area, these two areas in, okay, here is these two circles. Those are the areas, sorry. Okay, so these areas have been, have the potential for increasing agricultural production or productivity, commercialization, export, and import substitution in the framework of developing integrated agro-industrial parks. So this typology for every country, this typology is prepared, and then based on this, the targeted areas were identified based on the priorities of the country. For example, here we have this area identified for wheat production in Ethiopia. And again, it's based on the priority that the government of Ethiopia has identified in the exercise done. And as you can see on the left panel at the bottom, it is expected that this will increase wheat production in Eastern Oromia from 1.9 million tons per year up to 2.7 million metric tons. Okay, so again, the exercise, led to the assessment and even determination of internal rate of return for most of these projects. Here again for Ethiopia, these are the identified area for the production of avocado in association of honey production, bee production, or by small scale producers. In Burkina Faso, the focus has been on rice value chain, peanut, sesame, non-timber forest product, and cattle. So on the left panel, here I'm not showing the typology, no need to repeat all the things, but at least two panels that shows where the interventions areas that were identified through the application of the platform. So on the left, you see the green areas are the most, the area with high value, for the production of cattle. So these are the green areas are the kind of, the red are the final locations of the projects, but the green areas are the highest areas for cattle raising, for in Burkina Faso. The same as it was done for rice, and the final locations are again around these red areas, and the green spots are the areas of highest production for rice in Burkina Faso. The same exercise was done for Congo. This is Congo Brazzaville. Again, this map on the right panel is for cassava flour production. So the aim is to use the cassava flour for bread and pastry. Again, the same exercise. The green areas are the areas identified as high priority or relevant for cassava flour production. The same for Congo, soybean and maize production for livestock feed. The idea is to produce the feed and reduce the import of animal product in Congo. Again, so these are the greenest areas are the high priority areas for the production of soybean and maize. So the typology for Mali, the focus is on horticultural production. And here there are two crops, onion and tomatoes. And again, if you look at the map, the digital platform has been used to kind of, in combination with some modeling, of course, to identify these locations for the production of these two horticultural crops. Now, this is just to add that it is, as we were doing here over the past 2 days, it's a very long process with very different stages. So through these initiatives, not only the priority areas and commodities are identified, but support is provided to countries to go through the analysis of feasibility analysis. And some of the projects, even the internal rate of return is determined or at least assessed. But what FAO does is to provide a platform for national government authorities to meet and discuss, negotiate with potential investors. So as of last year, one of such a platform was organized last year in October for countries for the successful implementation of the initiative. There is a need for long-term finance in public investment. And for multilaterals, development banks, their blended finance structure and risk mitigating mechanisms can support private sectors in the poorest fragile countries and help enhance their role in participating countries. So for investors, there is an opportunity to be exposed to direct presentation of investment cases, which will enable them to directly engage with countries. So such a platform was organized last year in October. Another one will be organized again this year in Rome. It will take place, the date is already known, around 17-20 October this year. So this is briefly what I want to share. The platform, as you have seen, it uses millions of data layers to identify priority areas for intervention. And from there is FAO support countries to develop investment plan or investment project and then facilitate resource mobilization by providing a platform for countries to exchange with potential investors. With this said, I will stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, dear Kofi, for this presentation that show that we have tools for identification also, and also investment and promotion that could also be useful in progressing into the CAAPs. And then see also the combination with the mapping being done by IFPRI, how all this could be leveraged to really achieve our objective in CAAPs. So I will open the floor for question, for contribution. So for if there's any area for clarification, I think the time is now. So just raise your hand, either your name plate or your hand, and then you take the floor. Thank you. Yeah, take the floor. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. Just would like to see clarification on as how exactly you do the scoring. So I don't know whether it's possible to bring one of those slides, like the one for Mali, for example. Like, do you do scoring according to 5 criteria as per my understanding, and you give different weights to each one? And I understand that the weights are different from one case to another. So And when it comes to your last slide, the platform for investors, like, do you do it in every country, or is it per demand, or how it works? Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Also to build on Meda's Kofi, I would like to know, first, if you show the map again, I want to just connect with the space that has the potential for the production and the tiny little place that just the production is going on. I just want to be sure that I've seen it correctly. It's a tinish. Yes, okay. Just give me an example of, let's say, Burkina Faso for the cattle. Or, okay, Mali, if you could zoom in into the real production against the potential. I just want to reconnect to that. So the entire green place, the potential, right? And the red dot there is where the location, where actual action is going on, perhaps. Okay, so this is a demonstration that there's a huge potential. It's not being okay. That's fine. The second question I have is, could this also be done for other crops? For example, if we want to look at cocoa in West Africa, is it just possible? Does it exist already, or is something that needs to be done? Does your platform has the capacity to do this on just a request, or this thing has to go through series of designs and maybe to take another many years? How easy is it to adopt this? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Another question before Kofi take the floor. Bertrand, I see your hand. Yeah. Okay.
Yes. Thank you so much, Kofi, for the very informative and comprehensive presentation. So a couple of issues. I think the first one relates to the issue of whether it's demand driven or whether you do this as part of your your work in the region. And I ask this because it's also tied to your investment forum that you're now organizing. So can a country just or a region or an organization like ours, come to that forum and present other ideas, whether it's the CAAP or some of the projects that we've also identified, because we've also conducted a number of studies, including regional value chains mapping studies, identifying a number of value chains that could be, developed. Now, can you then take those studies and try to, use this platform to tell us whether there is a matching to confirm, because there is the business case for something, but sometimes you also need to look at things from the FAO perspective. So that is basically the first the first part of my question, or the first issue. The second issue relates to whether this takes into consideration other dimensions, and here I'm looking at whether there are other activities also taking place, whether there are other crops which are being developed in these areas, or whether it just looks at one particular crop. Because if you take the case of maize, for example, in most countries they do intensive farming, right? I mean extensive farming, and so there are several crops that grow in the same location, and usually the yield is almost the same. In some places, as you cultivate maize, you also put Irish potato, beans. So does it also take into consideration that element? Thank you.
Evidence, please. Also, online to check. Yeah, you have the floor, Providence.
Thank you, moderator, and also thank you, Mr. Kofi, for the very informative presentation we just made. Just for me, it's on the two questions. Is it free to use the platform, or there are some subscription fee? And does the colleague ask if it is done by, is it demand driven, or you just do it for all the member states who are member of the FAO? The second one is on the investment forum. I wanted to ask who are the target participants that you bring together. Do you work with the National Investment Promotion Agency or Development Agency at member state? And who are the main stakeholders in terms of like the people who you work with at member state? Is it the Ministry of Agriculture, the Ministry of Trade, when you're organizing this investment forum? Because for me, it was my first time to hear about it. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you so much. As a matter of fact, I forgot to say that it was a very comprehensive presentation, so thank you so much. I have two questions. You said that 33 African countries, you've already captured the data for 33 African countries. Is it like this is all Africa, or this is just part of Africa region that is based in Accra? And if so, how many countries in North Africa were captured? This is just to have a flavor of how many African countries are captured there. And the other question is, it builds on the previous speaker as well. Like, is there free access, or like, is it publicly accessible? My last question is, does it capture dynamic data? Like, does it provide us with the production of tomato in Mali in a specific area for last year? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Kofi, for that presentation. I was wondering, because I was trying to look at, I know FAO recently launched this global program on one country, one priority commodity. And I felt like this tool would be ideal for decision making when it comes to the selection of the priority commodities, given that it provides data. But when I looked at the map of some of the list of the countries, for example, in Africa, and their special agricultural products that they had identified, I see it's a majority of them, of course, are quite different from what has been presented. So, and yet you really mentioned that one of the functions of this a tool is to guide in terms of the investments to be made by particular countries. So I'm really wondering whether it's I think there's someone who asked whether it is demand driven or it is an FAO initiative, maybe because you have a funding that you need to invest in a certain area. Let's say it's digitization or something, because I see a difference between what the country selected vis-a-vis, for example, what is being presented. So it is in line with that kind of question which was previously asked based on the commodities that were selected by the different countries, because I thought it should be in line with your priority as FAO, since you're the one who is supporting both programs. Thank you.
Elizabeth, I see no other name tag, no hand raise, so I will give back the floor to Kofi so to react to all these contributions.
Thank you very much, colleagues, for the very pertinent questions. I'll start with the first question from Medat. There was an inquiry about how the score were the method of scoring that was used. I would say that's very technical question beyond my capacity. So I would refer you to the colleagues. Again, as I said at the beginning of the presentation, I'm kind of filling in for the expert who is in charge of this, because he could not, the time was not enough for him to join us or to even online. Okay. Okay, so your second question was whether the platform was is there for every country, or if whether it's by demand. It's based on by demand. So it's not like FAO have done this for all countries in the world or even in Africa, and you can just go there and pick. So it is on request, and because also there is a heavy modeling behind it. So beside the data, different data sources that are exploited from different agencies, there is a modeling exercise behind it, and also there is feasibility assessment. Those that are done for each country. So it's not. I think the answer is by on demand basis. Yes, I think from Komla, whether it can be done for other crops. Again, what I presented, it was upon request from countries, government, that they have selected these commodities and they want support from FAO to target the specific areas where it can be successful, and also achieve poverty reduction, food security, and the issue of equity. Okay, address the issue. So those are the theme or the issues in mind, and again, it is on request from countries. Now, one of the questions was whether it's easy to use or whether it's the issue of access. Again, the platform is in the public domain, so it's available to any one of us. But the only that you have to request for access, and they will give you a password, and that's it. So I can also share where you can request that access. In the platform is already in the public domain, and anyone can access and use. But except that, because of the modeling and all the work behind it, you cannot just get in there and easily create a story or a map for a given country, because you'll have some data already from the different sources that are being used or exploited from other agencies, but you may not be able to build the whole story. Bertrand's question, I think, is already addressed, but one aspect of the question was whether the AUC, for example, can join the forum and present some of your studies at the forum. For the time being, the forum is provided to countries participating in the regional, in the hand-in-hand initiative. So, FAO has provided support to do the investment, to develop an investment plan and do the feasibility assessment. Now countries come, so FAO only provide the platform. So countries come at the high level, is the ministers. They come to engage discussion with potential donors, investors, private sector representative. So in the forum, so FAO is just facilitating. So it's for the countries and the government to negotiate, to sell their investment plan. The investment document that they have in hand is for them to kind of market it and for around the table so that something happens in their country. One of the questions was whether there is a consideration to other dimensions or, for example, other crops in the area. I would say from what I presented is specifically from a request to produce avocado, and FAO comes in to see where are the best areas that this country can produce avocado while addressing the issue of reducing poverty, addressing food security issues with the biggest impact. So that's the intention behind the modeling. And it does not, for the time being, it does not try to find out whether in that area there is also cocoa production or rice production, but it just shows the highest, the places or the locations where that crop can be produced with the highest impact. Yeah. Okay, I've answered your question, from the question from Providence. The investment forum, who are the stakeholders? Again, mainly it is government and investors. The investor side, it could be donor agencies. It could be private sector representative or financial institutions, international financial institutions. So again, it is a platform or forum for countries to sell the investment plan that they have in hand. Yeah. Made at 33 countries. Yes, these 33 countries, in total, the initiative is covering 60 countries. So 33 are in the Africa region. But let me tell you or explain to you that countries are at different stages. For example, the investment forum that was held last year, the initiative then was with 15 African countries, but I think it's about 10 countries that at that time had an investment plan to be discussed with potential investors. So not all the countries are at that level. I don't know if I can share with you the map later, the map to see, specifically the countries in Northern Africa. Now, one of the questions was whether the data is dynamic. So if you see on this, it doesn't show very well here, but yes, the data is dynamic. At least you can use, the platform is designed in a way that at the left here, it's not showing here in this place, but you can, it's when you are exploring the data, it is possible for you to insert different dates, and the platform will generate the time series for you. So you can look at the trends, either whether it's population trend or say cassava yield trend or maize yield trend over time. When you are exploring the data, you can insert different times, and it will generate the time series for you. Yeah. Now, yes, from Elizabeth, yes, you had a very pertinent question regarding, okay, so let me explain. The Hand in Hand initiative is one of the FAO initiative, as well as the OCOP initiative, which is one commodity, one country, one priority commodity, okay? And the difference is that for one commodity OCOP program, countries are already doing something. It can be like, say, Ghana is producing cocoa, and you want support from FAO specifically to improve in the cocoa sector. So it could be from production, the value chain, marketing, and all that. So this is a different, separate program, different from the Hand in Hand initiative, which countries request. So again, it's not the choice of FAO to say, oh, Zimbabwe, I will support you on cotton or this and that. It's what the government requests support for, and then FAO tries to satisfy the demand. I don't know, I hope. So again, Hand in Hand initiative is separate and different from the OCOP program, okay, initiative. So these are two different. Now, if a country doesn't come with the same commodity, it is their choice. Yeah, yeah. And again, the Hand in Hand is in most countries is linked to either agro-park or this development where the country want to focus on one or two specific commodities. Yeah, but the OCOP program is focusing on one commodity that the country has chosen, and that commodity could be already, I mean, it's like the commodity is already been produced or and traded, and then just the country wants more attention to that commodity development in the country. So most of the time it's not like I'm saying, it's not a new commodity that the country tries to start to achieve maybe import substitution. Okay, so that's in the case of Hand in Hand. I hope this is clear to you. Otherwise, we can exchange on this. Yeah. So I think if there is other questions, I'll be happy to elaborate on them. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think Janet.
Thank you very much, Kofi, for that presentation. I had also wanted to ask if the data was static until you talked about the data being dynamic. Now, since the Hand in Hand initiative was launched, are there any success stories or any impacts or any proposals that have been submitted by member states on the basis of the information they have been able to gather through the geospatial platform in terms of preparing their proposals? And secondly, does FAO also support these member states in preparing these project proposals? Thirdly, I remember that maybe 2 or 3 decades ago, the Japanese had this one village, one product initiative. How different is it now from the FAO's one commodity, one country? Are we going around in circles? We wait for like 2, 3 decades and then we bring back initiatives that had previously been implemented. So I just wanted to get your perspective on those as well. Thank you.
You can take the floor, please.
Yeah, thank you, Janet. Again, okay, the data is dynamic. So far, in terms of impact or success stories, I wish I'll give you the link for the homepage of the Hand in Hand initiative. When you go there, there are links on success stories or lessons learned so far. But again, this has started in 2019. There has not been an exhaustive assessment of any of the initiative or at country level. Again, some of the investment plan that were discussed in the last year, during the last year forum in October, we are yet to find out how many countries have succeeded in mobilizing resources and investing. So again, the initiative, I would say, has been there for a few years, but still is like at the initial stage. Yeah, this is the best that I can give you. Yes, one of the questions was about FAO support to member states in developing proposal. It's a little bit vague to me in the sense that, I mean, FAO has the investment center that support countries to develop project proposal, usually linked from the request for a donor agency or a financial institution. And that function is still there.
I'm talking specifically to the geospatial platform, the proposals and investment plans developed with data that has been generated from the geospatial platform. Does FAO support the member states in developing those kinds of investment plans, not the ones from your normal investment center proposals?
No. Okay, so for the application of this platform so far, it has been directed to the countries that are listed as member of the hand-in-hand initiative. So again, it's not, the platform is there, but it has not been applied or used for countries outside who are outside the initiative. I hope I responded to your question. Yes, it has not been applied to countries beside the 33 that I listed. That's what I mean. And again, it's not there. The platform is there with some basic data. Some of those data are from FAO, others are from other agencies, as you have seen. But again, behind, you can still use the platform now to retrieve data for a given country because those data are there already. But when it comes to identifying an intervention zone for a given country, that's where the modeling and other things add to it, and based on the characteristic of what the country wants to do, and then to identify the locations for highest impact. Which one? What was the last question?
The one village, one product, and the one commodity, one country.
Janet, I'm too young to know about the Japanese. You say how many decades ago?
It's about 2 to 2.5 decades.
Oh man!
Yes, the one village, one product initiative.
No, I'm sorry. That one, I really cannot say. About that Japanese initiative compared to ours. And so yeah, no.
I think that one was one country, and this one is one village. Was a Japanese one village. This one is one country.
One country. Yeah. Thank you, Dejene.
Okay, thank you. I have Amala. Okay.
Okay, thank you, Kofi, for this great presentation. Mine is just in terms of cooperation, because in the process of the CAAP, we'll be looking for information, to build our own map, in terms of what we want. So probably some of the data may be in this system. The first thing I want to ask if it's possible to get the data dictionary of all the data that are behind this, so that we know what are the data available here. I'm sure it will be helpful for IFPRI. And now the second one, in case we want to have our personalized system, is there any way to communicate with this system with some APIs So it's just you checking with FAO team, IT team, whether it's possible to share APIs for us, to be able to communicate with data system to get any information that you want on a specific country or specific location. So we can continue discussion on this. You don't need to answer, but let's have that in mind in terms of cooperation with the CAAPs. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kofi, for a very good presentation. I think this initiative, hand in hand, is more on for food security, and then try to find if that an area is conducive for one commodity to promote one commodity, and that is very helpful to our work, which might identify an area and test if the government, or for some reasons, if we identify a commodity, check if that area is suitable or not. That's a very good point. But my question is, how long does it take for the system to generate this information? It's a real time. You just put the input and then get the result. In that case, it will be much easier for John to use it very quickly to analyze the situation. Thanks.
Yeah, the system is it works in real time. So if you unfortunately I cannot show you for example how to get started, but again, when you go to as I mentioned, it uses more than as I indicated here, over 2 million of data layers. And during the video, you'll notice there's data on climate, so soils, World Bank socioeconomic data, and so forth. So there is a lot there, including FAO stats data. Yes, already there. In real time, you can generate something and create your story, the story you want to tell. I don't know if you have time for me to, yes. But so it is only the aspect of, say, generating a map with the highest priority areas or favorable areas for something that it involves more modeling. Otherwise, the data that is there, if you want just to retrieve some data, you can just get in and pull out whatever you want. That is already inside. Yeah, in real time. Yeah. Again, it's open access. I have to find the contact where anyone can request for access. Yeah. So it has all the agroecological zones, rainfall data. It says it has road density, road infrastructure. I mean, it's very deep in terms of coverage of different areas. Yeah.
Okay, if I'm allowed to raise a question, I have a quick one. I saw in one of the presentations you mentioned avocado in Ethiopia and the industrial park in Yigalem. To what extent this platform has been used because to construct the park? I think the park is also specialized in avocado processing. It's not that bad.
It's a multi-purpose park, and one of the commodities is avocado. And FAO and we are working together. FAO is designing an investment plan for commodities in the agro crops process procurement zone, and then they have done it for potato, tomato, avocado, cereals, dairy, meat. So they will do that one, and then that one is used to attract investors. Now we say, look, this is the potential, this is the yield compared to this area and this area, and these are the farmers association present here. This is the agro-logistics status and so on. based on that one, people will invest. Either the entrepreneurs come and invest in the park and go back and work with the farmers on contract farming basis. So this is, and sometimes they use also work, they put a small nucleus farm and then they develop.
But initially, is that platform has been used by the government in selecting the EGaLem?
No. At that time, Hand in Hand is a very new initiative. This one is in 2019, I think, after the new DG has been elected. When we designed Agro Investment Center, the investment center of FAO was doing the same value chain analysis along the agro processing zones. But this one is a new approach, and the government is exploiting this opportunity to get support from FAO.
Okay, good. So thank you very much for the presentation, the exchange. We see great cooperation for the mapping exercise. Yeah, FAO, IFPRI, UNIDO, ECA, and also AFDB. Among the key ones that are already members of the technical working group. I think the Secretariat, the FARA, will have to follow up on that to organize, to guide the next action in terms of the work, because this work has to start as soon as possible. Yeah, we will not wait to finalize the project and so forth. So this is one concrete action we return. Before we close, it's true that it's already 6 more or less. We're supposed to close already at 5:30. So I don't know what we convene here. I look at the secretariat. Is 6 already, because the thing was to give the floor back to John to reflect, to come back on the proposal, the proposal for the 5 CAAPs. Yeah, the identification is that the draft proposal for mapping potential, but we have agreed already that will be included in the other proposal. Yeah, we shared the draft already with him. Yeah. Okay, so should we stop here, and if probably the team could come back quickly on the integration tomorrow, when what we saw here, because you're already 6, and then I think it has been a very intense session day, and then very useful, very good information, very informative. Is also the session has brought, the entire session of the day has brought a lot of clarity based on concrete things that is done on the ground, and also cement more or less our confidence that is an exercise we have to pursue and is achievable, but we have to really, among other, involve all the relevant stakeholders at the early stage now on. The REX, the AUC, the AU, all relevant key stakeholder and partner in the exercise. We particularly the intervention from COMESA has been very, I think, useful to moving forward the CAAPs agenda, and also to see how to involve more REX in the work of the technical working group. I think it will be very useful. The intervention of AFDB also has been very opportune to show that we are more or less on the same line. We are talking the same language. We have a concrete experience at the national level. Already the bank had this idea to move regional. Then the time is opportune to work hand in hand now to advance the CAAP project that has this regional dimension. I will also highlight the concern, the attention. In fact, Komla has always bringing to us the attention of the member state how to communicate concretely to present a complete, more or less a complete package to the member state in order for the buy-in, not only for the buy-in, but ensuring that when initiative has this label is branded CAAPs demo project or whatever name we can brand it, we ensure that we can really move forward with the initiative and yield the results that are expected. The work on the data, the relevance, importance of the data that Providence already highlighted in the lesson learned has been emphasized by the presentation from IFPRI. Is key to have the data and to be able to have a bank of potential site, location or site, upfront that we require to really undertake such mapping SSI, and also is key during the feasibility study. This work has to be done at that stage. We also and then fine-tune at the later stage of the feasibility study in terms of the location, the exact location. That is important. The platform by FAO has shown that this geo mapping, geo identification is also there are all the action on the ground. So now we have to see how we combine all these resources to ensure that we meet the objective, the objective of the CAAP agenda. More or less, I cannot make the summary of it will not be so easy because the discussion has been rich, but I think our secretariat has taken note, and then probably tomorrow we have the opportunity to present already the outcome of these 2 days of intense discussion. Very useful, helpful to everyone. We realize that the technical partner, we have a wealth of experience. We can bring at the table, but also I think the other stakeholders, notably the REX, there are things that are being done there on the ground. We have to bring them on the table to really share that with us. So this is what I could say at the end, now that we are at the end of this very useful session. I don't think I will give the floor except someone would like to say a few words, can take the floor, and then I will also give the floor at the end to the CAAP Secretariat, Anselm for sure, and also Janet, if you would like to take the floor and say a few words. And before we told particularly the logistic for tomorrow, because tomorrow we have the official opening of the retreat where our Mrs. Fatou Aidara will be with us at 9, giving her commitment, because now we are in the period of the budget in UNIDO, so they are very engaged, and then she has a consultative meeting with the member state just after. So it will be an opportunity to also exchange a bit with her before she leaves. She's Mrs. Fatou Aidara, managing director for the Director of Global Partnership and External Relation, under which we have the Africa Bureau, and the other agri, they are in other directorate, though they are pulling us with them. It's about for the good cause, is for Africa. So with this, I will give the floor to whoever would like to take now to say a few words before we close the meeting by Janet. No, I see no hand. Even our colleague online. I think the day from 9 to 6, 7 hours. Well, there have been some breaks. some breaks or in the lunch. So I see no hand. That means we all would like to go back home, and then some will have to go back to the office now to start the work of the day. Yeah. So Anselm and then Janet to close. To close. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. So mine is just very short, is about how we get ready for tomorrow. And I know we have requested yesterday for comment on the proposal, the bigger proposal. The version that was sent was a version on PowerPoints, but I just got the version on Word. So I'm wondering whether we should send to everyone and whether you have time to work on it tonight and send it by midnight, so that we can factor that in our final document for presentation tomorrow morning. It's just to check with you. If not, I think you just go with what we can have. I'll be communicating with Andrew so that we get something. What I'm going to do tomorrow, I'll just show kind of few points on the major outcome of the 2 days and show the major deliverable, which is this proposal. And the intention is to inform the leaders and also inform some other leaders who will be probably coming online that, okay, this is what we come up with and this is how we are heading to. And that this will actually guide our discussion on Friday on how we mobilize resources implementing those activities. So, so what I'll do, I just automatically send the word. Do we need to send the PowerPoint version? No. We just need to send the Word version for you to get comment. Now, the additional work that we are supposed to do by integrating if list of activity, I think that one was sent already by John. We look at what John said and try to factor that in the final proposal. Right, Andrew, can talk about it.
Yeah, I think we'll try to take into account some of the discussion over the past 2 days. So bring in a little bit of those inputs to some degree into the concept note, bearing in mind that it is still a concept note. And so we don't really need a deep dive into maybe even some of the details that we had discussed over the past couple of days, but as long as some of the large lines of what we discussed. I'm thinking particularly about Cote d'Ivoire and Zim-Zam, and maybe this phased approach that we had talked about more yesterday, that this might be reflected. This, I'm happy to, let's say, update it, and then maybe with if colleagues here are able to put in a couple comments, John particularly maybe around the kind of the zone identification, corridor identification, although there is activities around there, but maybe making it a little bit more precise in where it stands right now, for example, and the same for the other colleagues too in their areas. Just so we can have something a little bit that reflects a little bit more, but also bearing in mind this is probably a document that we can, we're not going to perfect tonight. So maybe over the next course of a week or so, we can maybe finalize up, I think, probably, if that's good with the chair here. Yes.
If we get, probably you can announce, if we can get the presentations made today, it will be very, very useful also to work maybe tonight a little bit with Andrew.
Okay. I mean, all the presentation to be shared with, if I say one, may probably Anselm, Merlin, Anselm, yeah, all the presentation, because he has the contact. So all the presentation to Anselm, and so that we share and the thing. So I would like just to say again, let's start tomorrow at 9:00. Yeah, please, 9:00. 9:00. 9:00, because they are so tight in the time frame, and the other members still will be waiting. So I try to drag her here. Yeah. So 9, so that we have 20 minutes for opening interaction with also because on our side is very interesting for them to be involved to facilitate the internal mobilization of whatever we need. So once again, thank you very much. So with this, I end my part, and then I give back the floor to Janet to close. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, colleagues. It's been a very long day, but albeit very fruitful and very productive. So on behalf of the AU Commission and specifically on behalf of Ambassador Joseph Asako, Commissioner for Department of Agriculture, Rural Development, Blue Economy and Sustainable Environment, and also on behalf of Ambassador Muchanga, Commissioner for ETIM, Economic Affairs, Trade, Tourism, Industry and Mining, including minerals. Okay, minerals got in the summit. So I'd like to say a very big thank you to members of this technical working group. I think ours is just to appreciate the cooperation and the partnership that the Commission has experienced with the various stakeholders in this room who have been very critical to working with us all steps of the way in terms of how we've been conceptualizing the CAAPs and how it's organically begun now to grow and gather momentum in terms of the partners that have come on board. And a very special thank you to UNIDO as well for hosting us since this workshop began. We're not done yet. We know that we still have a couple of days for more intense work to be done. But I think now the CAAP is also really beginning to take shape. It's getting clearer. I think we're all beginning to come to a common understanding of how exactly we see this program contributing to the broader continental agenda of the African Union Commission. And for this, we are very grateful to the support from all of our partners. So with this, let me wish us all a very restful evening. And like Victor has said, and also Ansem, we'll reconvene tomorrow, maybe 8:45 for 9. So thank you very much and have a good evening. Meeting adjourned till tomorrow. Thank you.